Welcome back as our coverage of the afternoon session on day 3 of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championship continues. And we see some of our para-athletes getting ready to receive their medals from the 800 metres. And we're not too far away, again, from one of our feature athletes on a star-studded afternoon at the Hawke's Bay Regional Sports Park. And that there being Portia Bing in the final of the women's 400 metres hurdles. She is coming off having broken the national and resident record at the Sir Graham Douglas meet, where she ran 55.5 seconds. There's your field. Georgia Whiteman in 3, Bing is in 4, Celine Perm in 5, and Alessandra McDonald is in 6. The conditions, very pleasant. Lane number 4 is where you need to be watching. Her form has been excellent as they hit the first flight of hurdles. And you can already see Bing as they head down the back straight. Nicely over the third flight. Continues to hurdle very nicely as they approach the 200 metre mark. Up and over she goes, around 25 seconds to that particular point. Nicely over again. She's clearing away from the rest of the field. She's only got 3 more flights to go as she comes into the home straight, and she's really moving nicely here is Portia Bing. Looking for that rhythm. Great strides right in between. This could be on. This could be on. It's a straight sprint to the line for Portia Bing. She's going to get really close. She dips. That looked 55-ish. 55.4. That would be an entry standard for the Worlds. We sit and wait. It was right and around that. It was right in and around that. She's on the ground. She is absolutely spent, and understandably so. Oh, goodness gracious me. 55.44. She's taken more time off her national record. It's just outside that World Championship standard. But goodness gracious me, national record again for that woman on your screen, Portia Bing.
Oh, by crikey, Nigel. What a run from Portia Bing. Didn't she look dominant? And she's, awarded a national record, agonisingly close to the World Champs qualifying standard. But a PB's a PB and a national record, no one can take that away from her. I'm
concerned that I actually called her Portia Woodman there at one stage. That's how quick she was moving. I'm sure Portia Woodman would go, gee, I'd love to move that quick out on the wing for the Black Ferns. Portia Bing, 55.44. New Zealand national and residence record. And she just keeps delivering. And we've already heard athletes, Sarah Cowley-Ross, talk about how they're going over to Australia looking for a little bit of extra competition. What do you reckon? Portia head over there and maybe that extra 4/100 she need could be found?
Oh, that's what she needs. You know, she talked about after the Sir Graham Douglas International that she needed someone to judge off. To know when you're going to be fatiguing in the 400 metre hurdles coming into that front straight, but when you have someone there beside you, it does give you an extra push. And she's a competitor. She knows she wants the competition, so she's heading over to Australia to get it. And I can't wait to see what she's capable of.
Just extraordinary. And I do, again, if I did call her Portia Woodman, I apologise. That is most definitely Portia Bing. There is only one Portia Bing at the moment in New Zealand track and field, and that was a wonderful effort.
So whilst she missed the standard for the World Championship, she actually today has accumulated so many World Athletics points. So that's a huge bonus of the run. She'll get an extra 100 points for a national championship, and this definitely puts her inside the cusp of the selection criteria. So let's hope that she can get over there, get the A standard, get it done, put it to bed, so she doesn't have to worry about rankings or anything like that. But this is a really great run from Portia. Dominant and so fast.
We're not too far away. We will try and no doubt catch up with Portia. Here's the Women's long jump standings there. Kelsey Berryman in second spot at the moment. Mariah Ruranui was leading with 6:04, so at the moment it's just 1 centimetre between Ruranui and Berryman. There you see the standings. That is, as we get set, Portia Bing. I think she wasn't sure. They announced it over the loudspeaker and the hands went up and the big wave, and you could see the smile from here. And Hayden Sherman is over just seeing whether he can grab a word with Portia Bing, so just stand by for that there. It's Hannah Maloney.
She's had such a great season, Portia, in terms of her PBs that she's set over 400, 52 point. She ran here at the Potts Classic. She's increased her flat speed, and it's paying dividends when she puts the hurdles in front of her.
Well, it's all happening at the moment. There we go. We've got some pole vault action. You recognise that athlete. That was Olivia McTaggart. Well, looks of warming up. There's Jaden Movold. And we're just getting ready for, hopefully, to head down and catch up with Hayden Sherman. And we can. Let's go down and speak to, well, she already was the New Zealand record holder, but she's taken more time off it again. Portia Bing is with Hayden Sherman.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very happy Portia Bing and a very tired, puffing Portia Bing after best 400 hurdles ever, New Zealand record, 55.44. How does that feel?
I feel really great because I think the biggest thing today is there's almost a lot of self-pressure coming in off running 55.50 just to back it up. So it's quite funny because once you get the breakthrough, it's almost like that second race to cement it as the hardest thing. So today was a massive focus on me, but okay, stay calm, execute the plan, go through the motions. And as long as I keep doing that, I think hopefully I'll keep improving. But absolutely stoked that I'm actually improving, getting better. We changed our plan slightly today. I talked about when the coach James Mortimer, I said to him, in the last 100, I want to focus on running into the hurdle, so driving the hurdle, but focus on hurdling better, a little bit cleaner. And it worked, and it meant I was able to clear the hurdles a little bit more cleanly than I was at Sir Graham Douglas in the last 100 metres. So, yeah, very happy.
Yeah, I was trackside there and got a close-up view of that last hurdle. I was like, come on, do it nice and clean. It looked perfect. And then you just look calm and composed over that last 40 metres to the line. 0.04 of a second outside that standard. What's the plan from here? Obviously, you've got it in your legs, right? And it's just a matter of having someone else to pull you along in that final 100?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's like I would have got a lot of bonus points for my world rankings today, so I'm very, very pleased with that. And I think it'll be a matter of evaluating the position I'm in and then maybe heading to Australia, but there'll be another 3 races back-to-back, so it'll be a bit play to see how I recover. But I'm really looking forward to heading across to Australia just to get a little bit more comp and just a little bit of variety. I think I've spent a lot of my domestic season focusing very carefully on technique and executing race plans, and now I'm like, let's jump into a competitive environment and just open up and let it flow and see what happens.
Amazing. And what do you think has been the difference this season, just that consistency around those technical aspects? What are some of the things that you put in place?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is working with James Mortimer. Extremely talented coach. I don't think people realise that. He's with Zoe over the 100. He's coaching me in the 4 hurdles. He has Azeniel in the 400 flat. He has Hamish in the 400 as well. So he's got a range of athletes, and he's very multi-talented. But the thing he's best at is teaching. He's an amazing teacher, and I think for the first time ever, I found a coach who's able to teach me. So, I do a session, I'll do hurdles, and I go back to him and I feed back to him like nobody's business about all the things I've done and analysing it. And he's one of the first coaches that has recognised that's a strength for me, to be able to analyse a race and kind of switch on. And I think just that change in perspective, like turn up to race and turn your brain on, don't turn off. Whereas running before, I've said this before, it's always fun for me, and it's like almost I do it just to relax, you know, turn the brain off. But it's made a hell of a lot of difference for me actually being like, cool, turn that brain on, think about it, analyse it. Yeah, I mean, it's mentally fatiguing. Sometimes I finish and I feel like I've done an exam, so.
Well, you've already had an awesome day out. You've still got the 400 flat to come. What can we expect from that?
You can expect me probably not to start. Yeah, so it was one of those things I'd entered. I would have loved to run the 4 flat this year because the girls are so competitive, but obviously with the change program we're thankful we can have a nationals, but with them being, the heat was before the 4 hurdles, and it's always going to be my priority, 4 hurdles, so unfortunately I wasn't able to do it this time round.
Save yourself for the 4x4?
I would love to do that as well, but again, it's chasing down those hurdles hopefully in Australia next weekend.
Yeah, well, awesome to set things on fire in the 4 hurdles, so well done for another great day and all the best for Aussie.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Portia Bing, 55.44. So we saw her nearly, a fortnight ago at Sir Graham Douglas running 55.5. That was a New Zealand in residence record. And now she's taken another 600ths of a second off, and she's just edging ever closer to that standard. But as we heard Sarah Cowley-Ross describe, and also Portia Bing acknowledge as well, all these points, all the accumulations of these times in and around that 55-second mark is seeing her in very good stead for selection for Worlds, Commonwealth. You see Anna Grimaldi as well, but just another sensational run by Portia Bing. There we see Anna Grimaldi, one of our great para-athletes. Also as well, women's javelin. That's due to get underway at 1 o'clock, and I'm just looking at these conditions, and there's just a little bit of a breeze. Here is Grimaldi. Currently sitting in 5th spot with a jump of 5 metres 55. Nice extension through.
Oh, red flag.
But I'm looking at these wind conditions, and so as you see Anna there on your screen, and she's just sort of walking back to the top of her run-up mark, she's actually walking into a very slight breeze. That's what we're looking for, the sock.
That's what we're looking for.
So that gives you an indication. Now, for javelin throwers, in particular, Tori Peeters and Holly Robinson, that is a wonderful breeze. I've spoken about it during the age groups over the first 2 days. Getting that breeze coming off the right shoulder, just getting in behind, and that's going to be so advantageous for the javelin throwers, in particular Tori Peeters, because she is really looking hard for that particular mark to try and get her some qualifications for events coming up later in the year.
Yeah, and you touched on it before. Well, we touched on it before with Portia, and she brought it up too. This national championships is so critical for these athletes to get the bonus points. That's why they're showing up here in good form, because they know, as that's Helena Dennison there over at the long jump, and it all counts, every centimetre, every millisecond for these athletes. So let's hope that Tori Peeters can execute today in these quite perfect conditions, actually.
I can tell you right now that Helena Dennison is really steering down that tape. Much in the way she'd steer down her kids if she wants them to eat the last little bit of dinner just quietly, and I'm wondering why. She's currently got a best of 5:48, so 5 metres 48 for Helena Dennison, but she was quite interested in seeing what the measurement of that particular one was. Very interested indeed in that. We continue to work our way through. We've also got the 400 high hurdles for men coming up. And even these three gentlemen got a little bit of a show to follow. Good luck there, Sadavi Soth, Jonathan Maples and Justin Menezes. The three athletes saw Sadavi before, just out the back, warming up, getting loose. Yep, Hannah Maloney. Red flag.
So, speaking from experience jumping here, on the back straight, you can catch a little bit of a wind. You can just see some of these jumpers getting red flags here, and it can get a little bit swirly on that back straight, a little bit of a gust, a few millimetres over, and that's all it takes for a red flag. So they'll go back, adjust.
What we were fascinated with, and unfortunately because you were coming back, you had some other work that you've come back from. Really would have loved your expertise, because we watched the men's triple jump this morning, and the number going into a very slight breeze who were missing the takeoff mark, who were getting red flag for overstepping.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of, you see the sock, then you push harder. So this is Ashley Bennett. Let's see her. She's a threat.
It's a nice hang. Red flag though again.
Yeah. So it's high risk, high reward. You want to go as far, as close to the edge of the takeoff board as possible, but you do not want to go over. And I think the men's triple jump this morning about, in the headwind, you can sometimes take it in too far, because you think, oh, it's a headwind, I don't want to be way behind the board on the rubber, and then next minute, red flag.
So here are our three competitors. As I say, it's Sarabi Sauce of Wellington. He's in lane number 3. Jonathan Maples of Manawatu Wanganui in lane number 4. Justin Menezes. Auckland, lane 5. In the event, in this situation, it's the man killer. 400 metres, hurdles. And it's a great start by Menezes in the outside lane. He and Maples. Maples now probably just having the better of the stagger. And Sarabi Sauce just having lost his rhythm in between the hurdles, but this is nicely striding out here by Maples. Menezes just staying with him though at the moment. It does have the advantage as he comes up. Pretty smooth in between in terms of you want that nice rhythm and not having to chop up your stride going into the hurdle. But here is Jonathan Maples stretching out over the top. He's got a nice break at the moment over Justin Menezes, and it's going to be Jonathan Maples straight run to the line, and he's going to come down around late 55s. So there you see with Jonathan Maples. So another illustration as Sarabi Sauce comes over the line. Just an indication there of just how impressive that performance of Portia Bing was. I suspect Portia's time would have won that particular race as well.
Yeah, very impressive. Jonathan Maples, he's a young 20-year-old, so his PB is 55.67, so he's done 55.88 today, so it's not too shabby. 58.21 for Justin Menezes, and Sarabi Sauce 1 minute 08.80, so well done to those men.
As we head back over to the women's long jump, and that there is our leader at the moment by a centimetre. Mariah Ruranui, 6 metres 4 centimetres. Kelsey Berryman, 6 metres and 3 centimetres. Big extension.
And that's a white flag.
In and around that 6 metre mark.
She'll stay for the measurement.
Well, when we're talking centimetres between she and Kelsey, you can understand why.
Yeah, they're great mates, her and Kelsey.
Oh,
she's happy.
Was there a little bit of a there's a fist bump and a clap?
Oh, and the hands in the face. That's a double happiness. I'm sure her family will be watching in the Gold Coast.
Hopefully that measurement comes through for us. I can see the change being made on the board. Just trying to look over, and hopefully that person is going to
6:07.
6:07, so she does extend again. 6:07.
Consistent jumping, Mariah.
Extends that advantage a little bit.
Incredible.
So, here we see first a few warm-up throws of the Javelin. So you see our 800 metre medalists. James Preston running 147. Really good effort there. So at there, 6:07.
So I'm just hearing over the loudspeaker there. Dramatic last round in the women's long jump. The lead changed and twice. Kelsey Berryman jumped 6:06 to go onto the lead, and in that jump, which we just saw, Mariah then got it back. 6:07. So what a competition. Right down to the wire at 1 centimetre in it.
Wow, and here we go. Let's have a look. This is the winning jump, final jump, under pressure, delivering.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
You can see how she just slid so nicely into the pit yesterday. Yesterday when we were watching some of our junior athletes, they'd land on their... they wouldn't slide in. They wouldn't get their bum sort of dirty. But that is how you land into the pit. Slide in, and it just gives you that little extra.
We'll give you just some results as well from over at the heptathlon, the second discipline there, the high jump. So Maddie Wilson clear at 168, Christina Ryan 165. There's the senior men's javelin. Just the one competitor, and that's Zach Lappin. He's a para-athlete. And also, I think all eyes really down that end when we get underway in the javelin. It's all going to be on the Tori and Holly show. Tori Peeters, Holly Robinson, Paralympic legend that she is. There you see, javelin. Big thanks to Hands there, our sponsors of that event. And there you see it. Peeters, Robinson, Bonnen Senior. Of course, normally that field probably boosted a little bit by maybe multi-eventers in previous national championships, but of course we've got the decathlon and the heptathlon running at the national championships. Normally it's a separate event, and multiple New Zealand heptathlete champion Sarah Carley-Ross, that must have put a massive grin to your face, because it just completes a track and field meet, doesn't it, to have the combined eventers there?
Doesn't it, Nigel? It's so great to see the heptathletes and decathletes out here, and they will just be loving being part of this program. I remember when it was part of the national program in 2006, and Rebecca Wardell and myself were at QE2. The stand was full. We had to run a certain time for the 800, and it was such a great meet. And honestly, being part of that program got us through. And at the same meeting, we had Brent Newdick qualify for Com Games as well. So it's a long time ago. A little trip down memory lane for you, but great to see these multi-eventers out here. And it's been great to see Nigel and Hayden just absolutely frothing over the multis.
Well,
I know you're already.
I have admitted that if I was to do a event of track and field, and I dabbled in it like everybody. It was a great way to get out of classes, try and qualify for the local track and field comp. So you get one day out for trying to do the qualification, then another day out as well. So you want to try and get in as many events as possible. But I genuinely think if it was an event that I was going to do, it was going to be it would have been decathlon, because one, I have massive FOMO. And I see, and used to see, they're doing that over there, but I want to do that too. And the decathlon, it really is. That really is the case. And and you never look, they do. I know. I was talking about this with Chris Strange, of course, one of the coaches up in Waikato Bay of Plenty, who reside up in the Waikato, and he was saying, they do these age group events where you can sort of do this, and that,
and Hayden was actually just talking to us. Actually, he's quite keen to put a multi-event on. So we've signed Nigel up at lunchtime, actually. Little does he know, as we see the decathletes warming up. That's Aaron Booth there. And, Annette Purvis, one of our incredible officials, former chair of the Athletics New Zealand board, currently sits on...
The other thing I suggested... I can't believe I'm going to actually say this now publicly on a live stream that's going not only around Aotearoa but also around our planet. I did suggest I like the idea of, as a fundraiser, maybe as a way to raise money for a charity, as we see the wonderful Tori Peeters on your screen there. Maybe doing something more like almost like a timed decathlon, as opposed to like doing, because we know they can do decathlons in 1 day. Traditionally, it's over 2 days. You know, do something stupid like just actually do the decathlon, but do it back to back.
I'm here for it, you know, and if anyone else wants to sign up and join Nigel Yeldon in his debut decathlon, please just add it on to the comments.
But we ain't mucking around all day, okay? We ain't having rest. We go from one event to the next. So we start. We are going to start.
I'm sure you're going to
regret saying this, but we'd go from 100 metres. We're heading then over to do the long jump. Then we're doing the shot put. Then we'll be heading over to do the high jump. Then we're going to do the 400. It's sounding more and more stupid the more I keep running my mouth as we see Tori Peeters.
Opening throw.
It's a nice wee starter. You can see there. Of course, you put the mark down. Now, what you'll be able to see, they have actually got running across from the 60-metre mark. They've got some tennis balls, some pink tennis balls that they've cut in half. And so we will get the opportunity. Here is Tori, our leading female exponent of the... Well, actually, no, just our leading exponent of the javelin in New Zealand at the moment. And that one there, and it's a really nice throw. Just to get things started. And there's our other leading exponent right there. The wonderful Holly Robinson. So, a tidy wee 57.95 to open for Tori Peeters.
That's good though.
And that's a really great start from Tori. Traditionally throughout the season, she's built throughout the competition, particularly at the Capital Classic. We saw her, you know, gain metre by metre. She threw another New Zealand resident record there, but she's really after a throw of 60 metres. That'll be huge points for her.
Okay, let's talk about these conditions right now. If she's going to do it, this really is a perfect opportunity, is it not? Sarah Cowley-Ross, that very slight tailwind coming off that right shoulder that we're talking about. Here comes another champion, Holly Robinson. That one there. And she'll be thinking, she'll be liking these conditions as well. Personal best for Holly of 45.93. And of course, a Paralympian, delivering great moments throughout her career. She's had some great battles.
Oh, and her Tokyo final, that last throw, goodness me. That was a competition and a half. And wonderful to see her coach, Raylene Bates, acknowledged earlier this morning. Incredible servant of athletics.
And winning the Arthur Eustace Award. So there you see Holly, her first throw of 38.64. And what an absolute buzz it must also be as well for the young athletes to be able to compete alongside the two leading competitors in their particular sport as well. Must be such a wonderful buzz. There we are. Actually, shouldn't put my head down, should I? Sort of keep the old eyes up. That's Caitlin Boone out of Canterbury.
Caitlin, coached by Kim Mickle.
Running through there. So it's a red flag for Caitlin. And there, Zach Lappin, who's competing in the javelin, the open para throw as well. And I'll tell you what, Zach will be more than happy to be alongside the likes of Holly and Tori. We've already seen Tori moving into doing a bit of coaching. We saw that with Toby on the first day.
Yeah, Tori works at St. Peter's College in Cambridge. And tell you what, the athletics team's strong there.
Very good crew. Well, the facilities out there, very impressive, it has to be said. I know there's a lot of high-quality sports organisations who'd probably give their right leg for some of the facilities that particular school has got.
Yeah, I think they'd give their leg in their arm, actually.
It's got an equestrian academy out there as well. Yeah. And, of course, right across the road from the Avanti drone, Zach Lappin, his first throw. There'll be around that 20-metre mark for Zach. And so we've got the high jump for the decathlon, the long jump, Wonderful final round there with Ruanuri just getting ahead of her good mate for the victory. We've got pole vault not too far away. Busy old time. There is Tori Peeters, so that opening throw of 58. As I say, just really nice conditions.
She's been in great form, Tori, over this season.
Should be another one we could expect to see making use of the border reopening, heading over probably the likes of those Sydney Track Classics and the like.
Yeah, the Javelin's on in Melbourne and Brisbane.
There we go.
And 3 Aussie throwers over 62. 3 were at the Olympics last year. 1 got the silver medal, Kelsey, who Tori's great mates with and trains with regularly. So Kelsey Barber.
Well, here is Tori Peeters open with a throw of 58. Loads up. Unloads. Unloads. We're just short now. You might just be able to see very finely some little flecks of pink. That one there. Straight away she's looking over. She knows she's close. Holly Robinson just with a couple of words for her too. Brings a smile to her face. It's the one thing I always like about Tori. She really does seem to enjoy what she does. Very serious, very competitive.
Very competitive.
Really whipping that through. Good arc. Looking to throw through the point. Phrase that you hear a lot. 57.91 for Tori Peeters. So, solid starts.
Consistent. She'll, as I said, it'll be really handy for her to throw over 60 today. She's got multiple B standards for Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, but she's really looking to get some valuable ranking points on the World Athletics Road to Oregon website. Or throw the automatic qualifier, 64, and then she'll be done.
How nice would that be? Well, look, this is the stage that we've seen it. We saw it last year in the Hammer. Julia Radcliffe just came straight out, went bang, national record, bang, automatic qualifier for Tokyo. As part of that wonderful show that she and Lauren Bruce put on. Here's Robinson. There. And that one there again, we talk about the throwing through the point. You saw that really nice arc, that curve of the throw from Tori Peeters. That one there, the nose just sort of flaring up.
Yeah.
And not really piercing through that like she wanted to. There you see the field for the senior women's pole vault, headlined by Olivia McTaggart, Isabella Murrell, Aria Rhodes and, Murrell I should say, Aria Rhodes and Imogen Eris. All 4 Auckland athletes.
All on the McColl stable. And that's going to be an exciting competition. Olivia McTaggart, she's got an A and a B standards for Commonwealth Games. She'll be looking for some valuable ranking points, the World Athletics Championships. And Imogen Eris, she's recorded 2 B standards already. She's just had a slight injury in the middle of the season, so great for her to be back out here jumping today.
And then you see Matthew White there clearing a metre 59, the bar currently set at for the high jump for the men's. You see, it's a very nice effort. Caitlin Boone. And of course, the other great news as well as it relates to pole vaulting with the bar there currently set at 3 metres 60. Other great news as well. Eliza McCartney seems to be on a bit more of a road to returning to track and field competition. Obviously, she's just been so hampered with little injuries and niggles and issues, but it appears as though they've got to the bottom of them. And saw her, she's quite active on social media. She had an Instagram post up the other day, and she was saying how she was shifting some some of the bigger weights that she has done in her career, and basically looked at what they had her lifting. She was in that sort of the thing that you
Trap bar.
I was going to say, you can explain this better because your husband Angus obviously knows this very, very well, having done sort of some weight work with one Tom Walsh as well. So it's the one where they stand in the middle around the outside and basically just put, like a Suzuki Swift on either end and then just sort of go up and down 3 or 4 times. She was shifting some.
She was shifting some. So what Nigel's referring to is actually called a trap bar.
Thank you.
So that's normally when you do like a deadlift exercise, you'd use the straight bar, but the trap bar just helps you put your back in a better position. So generally you can lift a little bit heavier with the trap bar on the deadlift. So trap bar deadlifts is the Instagram post that Nigel's referring to. And I heard the numbers that she was doing. I'm not going to say them on air, but I was impressed. I was really impressed, and you could hear Matt Dello, her strength and conditioning coach, who's so positive and just getting her amped. And I'm hearing great things. She's back in spikes, I heard, and that's a really, really great thing for Eliza. It's been a long road for her, and let's hope we see her back out there on the track soon.
Up and over. Clearance at 162.
So just keep in mind with this decathlon high jump that these decathletes will come in at varying heights. They'll have the normal 3 attempts, but you're likely to see the likes of Aaron Booth coming in much later in the competition.
I'll just give you a bit of a baseline though. So that clearance by Te Urarua, 1.62 metre. That would earn him 480 points. Well, it has earned Max 480 points. Here's Tori again. Loads up. Releases. That's got a big fly. That's got a big fly. Oi, that's right near 60.
And you just note that she's thrown a different type of javelin on that third round throw. She switched from the Nordics, from the Nemeth javelin, that purple javelin that she was throwing. She's noticing that the wind is carrying it differently, and she's now got the little super Nordic javelin. So keep that one for the next one, please, Tori.
That one really flew nicely. Up and over. Nice clearance. Big smiles all around. Gee, everyone's having a whale of a time. Everyone just loves being at the national champs. Don't blame them. Let's have a look at the replay here and let Sarah Cowley-Ross talk us through this one.
Yeah, she just seems more aggressive on the runway today from what I've seen her throughout the classics, and just winds up and rips it through. That throw, 59.60. So edging out to that 60-metre mark. She'll be really happy about that, but wanting more.
This is going to be a great angle to see the flight of this one. Rips that one. You see it.
But higher too.
Yeah.
So the type of javelin that I was referring to can feel a bit different as well for the athlete. So I will guarantee she'll be throwing that one again in the next round.
Okay, so in terms of that, so that one there, you're saying that one there, it's designed to be thrown a little bit higher? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that she released it higher,
Yep.
but the type of how it's flying is just sitting nicer into this wind.
So that's the reason why we have the expertise of Sarah Cowley-Ross, Olympian.
So the javelins are rated as well for the distance that you generally throw. So Tori would throw like a 70-metre rated javelin. If you're not throwing 60 metres plus, or 55 metres plus, you're not going to get those higher rated javelins. It's actually disadvantageous for the athlete to take a higher rated javelin.
37.5 through the latest throw for Holly Robinson. We've got the bar at the high jump for the decathlon. Looks like it's set at 1.65 metre. Because Hayden Shearman's doing a great job tracking the work being done by Aaron Booth, who's got a nice lead after 3 disciplines in that 10-discipline event. We'll also get you updated as well with the heptathlon.
Bar at 375 at the women's pole vault. That's a great clearance there by Isabella.
Oh, that's the coach skipping down.
That's James Stein, actually, his coach.
He's well chuffed. Oh, there's a nice clearance as well. That's Nick Fee. And he's just cleared 1.68 metre.
So the bar in decathlon and heptathlon always goes up in 3 centimetre increments. So you can't select the height, so you just got to go on 3s. If you skip a bar and don't get it, then you're 6 centimetres down.
There's a nice throw as well. Caitlin Boone with 45 metre throw. Now again, just to give you the points, they're clearing a 1 metre 68. That's worth 528 points in the decathlon.
So Aaron Booth has jumped 2 metres in his career. So.
Well, he's in the right spot for it because that high jump area has been delivering.
It's hot.
It is red hot. Here's Zach Lappin. That one trying to edge that one out. He's been pretty consistent in and around those sort of 20 to 25 marks for Zach. White flag comes up belatedly as we look over to the Auckland pole vaulting enclave over there. All 4 athletes competing.
Great to see James Stein coaching. He's a senior men's pole vaulter. He'll be back in action for his event, but great to see him giving back and having some success, obviously with the under 18 and under 20 athletes that we watched over the last 2 days as well.
Zach with a 24 metre 14 centimetre throw. As I say, Zach's been very consistent in his throwing through this point. So all athletes have had 3 throws thus far, so they'll just go through and do some re-seeing. There's a couple of Javelin legends on your screen right now. 2 absolute champions. Holly Robinson, just one of the best going around. There she is. Gosh, I mean, I'd read you her CV, but we just don't have time. Really, very, very impressive. Back over to the pole vault. A bit of a clip there. Nice catch, though, on the way down. Good skills there from Aria Rhodes. So, Holly. You see her, so having had the 3, so they will now reverse the order. Holly well below her best though so far today. So sort of hasn't cracked the 40 yet, has Holly Robinson. We know she's got it in her. So she's on the runway. 4th throw, and the women's senior javelin, Holly Robinson. One there again. That one's a little bit closer to 40. She sort of stares it down. She's not looking too chuffed with it.
She's given it a good stare down.
Best so far has been 37 metres, just a hair over for Holly. That one there. Fine, that's over at the high jump, the decathlon, so the bar now set at 171. And that's where we're at the moment. So Aaron Booth with a 400-point lead. Really nice and compact with Wyatt, Phillips and Fee. That's a nice clearance by Woodhead. The bar is up, and we'll see, say, the athletes sort of starting to pop in. And of course, every athlete's have your string. There's Holly Robinson, just short of 40 with that throw, 39.51. From a multi-eventer's point of view, how do you go about, because we see heptathletes, decathletes, they have the strength as we see. Portia Bing with the gold medal and the New Zealand record this afternoon. If you are just joining us, she lowered that mark. There's Caitlin Boone. How do you go about, because there are certain events where we talk about, oh, this is where their strength is. How do you go about balancing all the training to make sure that your strengths remain a strength and your weaknesses start to become a strength?
Well, it was much harder in decathlon, obviously, than heptathlon because you've got so many more events.
Principles apply, though.
Absolutely. So, but it can be quite individualised in terms of some events it's easier to score really well in, like the high jump and the hurdles, the jumps sort of area. You can really make up a lot of points in those events. We'll go back to this multis talk in a second, but Caitlin Bonnet, 42.65 on that last throw. Fortunately, I had a coach that figured that all out for me, but it is really crucial to not give away so many points in your weaker events, and for me that was throws, so I had to work extra hard in those events. As we go to the throw now, Javelin, Tori Peeters, fourth round.
Has she got that same javelin?
She's got the Nordic in her hand. Let's see what she can do.
That last throw, as we say, 59. She just short of 60.
Let's go, Tori Peeters.
She's got great conditions to throw in. That's a good launch. That's a good launch.
Yes!
That's over 60. That's what she was looking for. White flag up as well. What is that number for Tori Peeters?
This will be a New Zealand resident record for a start. Her personal best is 62.04. In the Commonwealth Games, A stand is 61.50.
How long's the javelin?
Oh goodness me, good
Because
question.
I think that's going to be the big indication for me.
I'm thinking 62. I'm feeling it.
62 something.
62.
We have a look.
It's going to
We
be
wait.
61.99.
This is going to be great. That is going to be a great throw. We sit. We wait. We're waiting for that mark to flick up into the right hand of the screen.
Come on.
Game standard 61.5. Sitting. Waiting. Oh, there's a big hug.
Oh, yes.
62.4.
Oh, how good. That's her and her coach, Debbie Strange. It's been a long journey for them both, but to throw that far today, and she's got more rounds in her, so.
National record.
National record.
National record. PB. Com Games qualifier. More ranking points.
The ranking points for this is critical because her her lowest score on the ranking points is off a 52-metre throw. So let's review this again. So aggressive in her crossover steps here as she whips that through, and she knows it, urging that javelin on.
How about the reaction as well? The reaction as well for Tori Peeters. Holly Robinson's over there. Well done. Good on you. And she's still got a couple to play with.
She does.
Goodness gracious me. Another New Zealand record.
Oh, it's just
We've
been a
seen
feast.
Portia Bing take time off her 400 hurdles. Now we've seen Tori Peeters deliver. Wow.
Goodness me.
Oh, by the way, Tom Walsh, Jacko Gill, Hamish Kerr still to come. Hayden Wild.
Zoe Hobbs.
Zoe
Eddie
Hobbs.
Osei, Nikita. Tian Welton.
Wow.
My goodness. Buckle in, get some snacks, and do not move.
I'm about to say, I think this is the afternoon. The great thing, you can just settle back. It's a Saturday. Have a Saturday afternoon off. You've earned it. Sit down and watch some high-quality track and field.
Emma Twig's texting me saying, how many has she got left? Twiggy, she's got 2 throws left.
Now, did Twiggy say she was keen to do a decathlon?
Oh, yeah, she's always keen to.
Okay, Emma Twig, challenge. If you are happy to do a decathlon with me, let's do it. Let's raise some money for charity. Emma Twig, there you are.
There we go.
Because I need a buddy. Because I ain't going to get through it alone, Emma. I'm not. Wow. Already what a day. Day 3. And we've still got day 4 to go tomorrow, but New Zealand records.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, we see Nick Feet. That is the high jump for the decathlon.
The thing I like about this, Nigel, is that these athletes are showing up at nationals and saying, hey, national championships matter to me. A national title is worth something to me, and I'm going to be in my best shape at nationals. And that has been one of the good things about the World Athletics ranking system in terms of having to come here, getting bonus points from the event in your own country's national championship. And it really creates just a festive athletics for us and hopefully for you at home.
Well, I think there won't be too many people who are disappointed with what they're watching at the moment. So in the decathlon, the high jump bar, by the way, is set at 1.74 m. We've got the bar approaching the 4 metre mark over at the pole vault.
And Emma Twigg can confirm can't run, jump or throw. Doesn't matter.
What, you reckon I can? It's all about the effort. I tell you what, just come along and support me then, Em. That'd be nice.
Yeah, no, she'll do it. Here we go, Holly Robinson.
Oh, and that's her best arrow as well from Holly.
Spurred on by her former training partner, Tori Peeters. Nice to see her out over that 40 metre mark. Wondering if she should grab hold of that Nordic Javelin as well.
I was about to say, you're wondering if she can look. Can I just borrow it after you?
Yeah. Decathlon high jump.
Well, this is what we love about this event. We just get these performances. It just always seems to deliver. There you go, 390 at the moment over in the pole vault. That's Isabella Murrell, I believe. No, that's Aria Rhodes, excuse me. Here's Holly Robinson, 42.48. That's her best of the day so far. Well, this is so much fun. This is so much fun. Sitting here, we've got calculators going. We've got Hayden Shearman behind us with his laptop open. He had 15 windows before. I'd say he'll be close to 25 now.
Yep. It's game on. We're here for business. We're here for action, and we're bringing it to you, and we're so happy to be doing it.
Here's Caitlin Boone out of Canterbury. She again goes over the 40 metre mark. Well, what have we got? We're not too far away from another Tori Peeters throw, and I wonder whether that's going to help just free the mind and the body up. As we look back over to the far side, pole vault event. It's the senior women. 390, clipping that one there.
What role do you have lined up? Do you know?
Isabella Murrell. Tori Peeters heading back to the top. That's Nick Fee just missing. The last throw of Caitlin Boone, Bond, by the way. 44.78. Bonnie, excuse me. 44.78. Well, there she is. She's just throwing 62.4. Now, the challenge, gather herself, see whether she can maybe find a little something extra.
Perfect conditions. What will she do with them?
Well, great analysis as well by you, Sarah, to notice that switch and how that has helped as well. Again, that's another good distance. It's short of 60 though, but again it'll be around that 56, 57 mark.
It's not quite getting that out of her hand as well as that last throw. And just those millimetres at that end on release makes such a difference to the final distance. As we go to our decathletes.
Still no sign. So we just wait for that mark of Tories to come up for us as we head back over to the pole vault as well. If I can get up there, it's Aria Rhodes. 56.89 for Tori Peeters on that throw, so 56 metres, 89 centimetres.
Hard luck from Matt Wyatt there. Traditionally a long jumper, but doing the decathlon today, which is cool to see. Coaching as well throughout the weekend.
He's trying to clear 1.77 metre, which is where the bar is at the moment. Joshua Woodhead 171. Matthew Wyatt has cleared 171. Must have cleared 174 at some stage. Well, they're jumping up. Here is Zach Lappin. He's been again sort of around. Yeah, looks a bit disappointed. His best so far has been 24. So we'll go back to Isabella Murrell. Bar at 390 over there in the senior women's pole vault.
Oh, better attempt there.
Clips all the way up. Does Isabella. Just figured out where the camera is. Says
good
g'day.
on you.
Well, that is nice to see because obviously for those maybe not aware, maybe joining us today because of the red light settings, we're unable to get friends and family in here. The coaches are around. There you see James Stein. So there's Holly Robinson. Matthew Wyatt, just clipping there. That's at 1.77 metre.
And by this stage in the decathlon, the old legs are starting to feel it a little bit.
And see, this is the other reason why the decathlon looks like a lot of fun, is because they genuinely just look like they're having a great time.
Oh, they are.
It has that group of, and you see it, both combined events. It just looks like a bunch of mates having a whole bucket load of fun, enjoying, encouraging everybody, spurring each other on.
Just wait till you do it. It's going to be a fiesta.
Here comes Robinson, and she just walks right out the front. She doesn't like that one. Whoa. Aria Rhodes. 390, that was her third attempt.
So Morale and Rhodes will exit the competition, and we await the opening heights of Imogen Eris and Olivia McTaggart, our two current pole vaulters,
Nice
leading
there.
pole vaulters.
Nice there between Murrell and Rhodes. Nice. Nice, very
Good on
formal
you,
there as well
James.
from James, like that.
Here's Matt Wyatt.
He's got one more attempt at 1.77 metre.
Come on, Matt, you can get over this bar.
So currently he's at 1.71 metre. So that's got him 552 points. If he could clear this, he'd go up to 602.
Yep, so big points jumps with high jump. And he wants it. Let's see what he can do.
Oh, I thought, and I think he thought he had it as well. He'd done enough. Interesting, we haven't seen Aaron Booth yet enter, but as Sarah pointed out, Aaron's a guy that can jump on his good days over 2 metres.
And you don't want to come in too early. But it's a fine balance because you really need your opening height.
Well, that was going to be the next question I was going to ask you. How do you go about making sure? Because the last thing you want to do, you don't want to come in at a height and miss.
No, you don't. And the thing is with Aaron, now he's had his warm-up jumps at a quite a long time ago now, because the bar started at 156 for these guys. So then if he comes in at, say, 180, 88, or 190, he needs to come in a little bit lower, secure the height, and then build from there.
So the likes of, we've now had it shown, you were a 1.91 metre jumper on your very, very bestest of days, and you've had some very, very goodest of days in that particular event. How did you like to, when it came to that element in terms of your event? What was the psychology for you with regards to sort of entering sort of
it
events?
was get the first height done. Don't muck around with it, otherwise I'd be in trouble. Let's go to Tori Peeters.
It's already set a New Zealand record. Another one again. That's going to be around 59 metres as well. This has been a really good set of throws. It's been exclamation mark by the New Zealand record of 62.40. There's a nice clearance to start. That's Ethan Phillips.
That's Imogen Eris on the pole vault runway. 4 metres 29, her opening height.
Now, slight breeze in behind. There's Imogen. There we see Kelsey Berryman, part of this what was an extraordinary long jump duel. Nice. Nice start.
Great start from Imogen.
4:25.
She actually snapped a poll a few weeks ago. She put it on Instagram so I could share it, cut her hand, and she's back.
Well, I always just get the heebies every time I watch a pole vault snap. That's because it's carbon fibre and all that sort of flying.
Oh, goodness me.
Going in all different sort of directions. It's Zach Lappin. So, metre 83. Yet to see Aaron Booth, although as we see Ethan Phillips there, I think I can just see Aaron moving away to the side there.
Expect to see him in the next few bars.
So currently at 183, and there is the familiar frame of Olivia McTaggart.
And these women are the same. They've warmed up a while ago. They've had the other competitors jump. And now they want to come in, secure their opening height and get into their work.
So the final results for the women's javelin throw final. And with a stunning New Zealand
So just confirmation of that New Zealand record from Tori. I thought she had one more throw left, but it's all done and dusted. So
with 42 metres 48. And in the men's power F37 class,
just confirming, Zach Lappin, 25 metres 16 for Zach. He wins gold, but there, New Zealand record, 62.40. Personal best by 36 centimetres. We saw her coaching Toby Robb to a national title in the age group in conjunction with Debbie Strange, and now she delivers. Made the change of javelin, and there you go. That's what a national record looks like in the women's javelin. She will be very pleased with that, as she and Holly Robinson have a bit of a chat. Her final throw, by the way, 58.17, but it's all about that 62.40.
That's huge for Tori, huge for her team, and really great for her potential for the World Athletics Champs in Oregon in July, leading into the Commonwealth Games, late July, August in Birmingham.
There we see Imogen Eris. 4:35 the bar at, and that was her first attempt.
So it looks like she's got the height over the bar, coming down on the bar, so she'll want to really go through that jump, finish it off. Let's go back to the decathlon. Bar creeping up.
It's Ethan Phillips. Looking the chat, the conversation. We can see that Aaron Booth, who was the leader after the first three disciplines of the 10. Also, I'll tell you as well that the heptathlon, we saw some good clearances. Maddie Wilson, 1.68 metre. Christina Ryan, 1.65 metre.
One event to go for the heptathletes for the day, 200 metres. I'll be looking to finish the day off. Utilise these great conditions as well for 200 metre running.
Just a reminder too, not too far away as we continue our coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2022. In around about half an hour's time, things are going to get quick, real quick. Zoe Hobbs, Eddie Osai and Kitia, Diane Velton. 100 metre finals. Not too far away. Here we see our medalists in the men's 400 metre hurdles. Saravi Sos. the bronze medal. Saw a really good race. Here's Justin Menzies. They go back. Phillips's last attempt. It's really sort of dead bodies it through that one there. Just didn't have enough to get up. Ooh. There is Eris.
She'll regroup.
There's Aaron Booth, your leader. World University Games gold medalist.
Maybe I did go under a book.
Made a very good start to the competition.
Great to have Aaron back in New Zealand. He had a number of years in the US on a collegiate scholarship. Training now with his coach. The height is 192. He's coming in hot. Let's will him over his first attempts.
Well, that's the one that we really want to see, and I think that's the former decathlete coming out very much so, and Sarah Cowley-Ross, along with Hayden Sherman providing the expert analysis for us here. Here is Booth.
Yeah, no, I think it was good. I think it made everyone else more.
Got to put it in my pocket. Oh, no,
This is at the first attempt.
That's okay. He's got two more. And as I said before, he's been sitting, keeping warm, but he'll go back, look at the bar.
So Booth, so far, he scored 854 points with a very nice 11.03 in the 100 metres. He scored 845 in the long jump with a jump of 7.13. Shot put 13.57. That got him 700 points. A metre 92 in the high jump would get him another 731.
So bearing in mind that on his PB decathlon score, he jumped 2 metres. So that's what we want to sort of compare it to. But it's very easy to do all the numbers as we see. Eris, unfortunately, coming down on that bar again. Doesn't quite have the horizontal transfer. But just great to see her back out here. She snapped a pole in a training accident a few weeks ago. Ripped her hand open. Thank goodness no tendons or any major damage. So we have one competitor remaining in the women's pole vault. That's Olivia McTaggart. And we'll see what she puts the bar to now.
Looking very relaxed, very calm. Very calm. I suspect that here is Aaron, and he's clipped again.
This is going to be a pressure third attempt jump for Aaron Booth. Not the situation he would have liked to be put in.
Better explain what happens if he doesn't make it.
It is not a good situation. It is 0 points.
Donut.
And when you're expecting 800, 900 points in an event, it is game over. That's what it is.
So there we see Olivia McTaggart as they just get the bar set for the pole vault. We'll get you what that height is. Got some big pressure on Aaron Booth in the decathlon. 2 misses at 1.92 m.
145. Shall we get out the back?
This is where Booth's experience at major championships will really come into play here. He knows he needs to steady himself. He knows he can do this height. We're on McTaggart though. And let's see what she can do.
Might need to go for a hunt and find Tori Peeters and see if we can get a chin wag with Tori at
Yeah,
some
I
stage
think
as
we
well.
need
I
to
think
as
might not be
well.
the worst thing. Here comes McTaggart on the runway. Rocks.
And that's
Happy
the
with that
horizontal transfer that I was talking about with with Eris, but flew through that one. She's looking fast on the runway. Let's go.
4:45, I think I saw the height at. 4:45, okay. Here's a big moment, Aaron Booth.
Pressure
Massive
jump.
moment, Aaron Booth. He's missed twice at 1.92 m.
Come on, Aaron. Let's get over this bar.
Jumped 2 metres in his career. He knows he's got to deliver. Nice lead coming into this competition by really just a little under 400 points.
This is a huge
Here he
moment.
goes.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes! Good boy.
Yeah, he
Good
loves
boy.
that. He loves that. So
Oh.
does former decathlete Sarah Cowley-Ross. And that's worth 731 points.
And that is worth staying in the competition because having experienced when you do get no mark in an event in the heptathlon or decathlon, it's devastating. And I did it 7 times around the world. So basically your event's over. So amazing pressure jump there by Aaron. But we need more from him. The bar will go to 195. And we need him over this height.
So, I said 731 points. If they go to 1.95 m, that's going to be worth 758. So, then I'll pass that number on to the accountant, Hayden Shearman, who's keeping a nice little track of Aaron Booth for us. So 731 points there, and it does go to 195. Sarah Cowley-Ross is going to step out of the commentary booth and see if she can track down Tori Peeters, who's launched a new national women's javelin record, 62.4 metres. Again, just reinforcing her status in terms of points and standards and possible qualifying. There's the always calm and composed figure of Olivia McTaggart, who's eyeballing 4.45 metres on the pole vault. Rocks and again. See the disappointment. She'll have one more chance. Now, we're actually seeing that Aaron is bypassing 195, and it appears as though he is going to go to 198. So that 1.92 m jump gets him 331 points. If he could clear 98, that number goes up to 785. He just makes a wee adjustment to his run-up. We have also got the women's shot put for the decathletes, not too far away as well. So Aaron Booth holding centre stage. We saw a wonderful performance this morning. Kelly O'Hagan in winning the women's high jump. She and Imogen Skelton putting on a lovely show. O'Hagan winning with a jump of 188 and giving 190 a good old-fashioned nudge as well. Oh, just like that, 198. Oh, he stressed us out at 192, and now he's just gone bang.
Game time here in the high jump. Epic.
So there we see that.
Oh, beautiful there from Aaron. Just lovely to see. I had a little chat to him in the lunch break, and he's feeling good. He said, once I get through the javelin, I'll let you know whether this 8,000's on the cards. But so far, so good. 198. So I think you mentioned his PB performance was a 2 metre, and I think he's jumped like 202 is his best ever all time in the high jump. So 198. That's awesome.
And another 50 points to tack on. So that there is worth 785 points as it stands right now. And so that bar should get lobbed up to 201. Here is McTaggart 4:45. That's what we wanted to see, Olivia.
Yes.
Nice work.
She loves this runway too. She's posted her best ever vault here and looks straight into her work. 4:45. Now, have we still got Imogen in the competition?
No, Imogen unfortunately is out, so it's very much the stage cleared for Olivia McTaggart.
Yeah, and she's looking good too. That was a really nice clearance. She's got some video footage there, just honing in on the intricacies of how that one went.
I'll tell you what, we're not too far away from
Jeremy McCall
chatting with someone who's well and truly was dialed in today. A new New Zealand record holder in the women's jab. Well, she just extended her own record. Let's head down and catch up with Sarah Cowley-Ross, who is beside your national champion of the women's javelin for 2022, Tori Peeters. Let's go to Sarah.
Oh, I've got my mate here, Tori Peeters, and she's smiling. 62.40. Goodness me, T. Are you happy with that national record?
Yeah, I'm wrapped. Yeah, it's been a couple of years since I've seen the 62 by throw, so it's awesome to have done it again and cement that ACOMS qualifier, which is great. Wrap that up. So yeah, it's just exciting. I think there's more there, and it's going to be exciting to go back and work on a few things and try and get those extra metres for hopefully what would be a World Champs qual as well.
So let's talk about that. Today was huge in terms of the World Athletics ranking points, and that throw there, that's just money in the bank, the points bank for you. How wrapped are you about that, to throw so well at the National Championships?
Yeah, well, these big ones are where it counts, obviously, and so to have a good distance beside the competition that's actually worth the points is great. I know I've got one on the rankings that was a big comp and unfortunately not a great distance, so it's still sitting there, so hopefully this one's knocked it out of the ranks, so that would be quite nice to happen if that works out. But yeah, I'm just wrecked. Yeah.
Well, talk us through the comp, because you started well, high 57, built into it, but then you changed javelins, I noticed. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so I just noticed there was a bit of a tailwind, which usually I like a headwind. So I thought I'd change up on the javelin that I was using, change to the Nordic Valhalla, which fortunately for me, sat on that nice little pocket and just sailed a little bit further. So I was wrapped with that, and so I just sort of carried on throwing that for the last couple of rounds as well. And I've got a few things to fix on the runway still a little bit with my rhythm, so I know that if I can connect on that a little bit better as well, then like I said, more metres as well. So yeah.
Well, there's more metres there, and we can't wait to see that. But when will we see you in action again, either in New Zealand or overseas?
Yeah, hopefully in Australia. I'd love to get over there in the next month or so and compete against the girls there. I think there's a real competitive, friendly, competitiveness between us over there, and I love rising to the occasion of throwing against them and really challenging myself mentally as well in that preparation for those competitions. So really looking forward to something like that in the next month.
Well, all the best, T. We know that big things are coming your way. Awesome to see you embrace Debbie Strange there, your coach, and also to have Holly throw so well today as well.
Yeah, it was awesome to have the girls out there, and it was awesome. There wasn't too many of us, but we all worked together and took our time in between all the throws, which was quite crucial. Didn't want to rush each other along, so that was really cool. And yeah, everyone's really supportive out there of each other, so it's awesome sort of atmosphere to compete in.
Well, there you have it, your national record holder, national javelin champion for 2022, Tori Peeters. Back to you guys in the commentary box, because I can hear there's some action going on in the field.
Yeah, well, and of course any action in the field is going to pique the attention of Sarah Cowley-Ross. Congratulations again to Tori Peeters on a wonderful performance. What you saw in the background and actually watched on the screen was Olivia McTaggart clearing 4:55.
with acres to spare.
On the first attempt. Amazing.
4:55, so that is Com Games, A standard, but no, it's another B. So good, man. This afternoon is really heading up. No, that's an A standard.
It is.
So another one in the bag for her. Remember, her personal best is 4:60, which she set late last year.
Well, we're just going to take a short break while Olivia lines up what we suspect will be that 4:60 maybe next attempt. We are watching. You are watching Some outstanding action. This is the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field National Championships of 2022. You're watching on Sky Sport Next.
We're proud of our country, mountains and streams, our Jennian culture, our nation, our team.
Partnering with people who share your values is important. To achieve gold medals, you've got to put the hard yards in. The Jennian team share that pursuit of excellence, giving their best every day. And they get the results. Well done on 40 years, Jennian. Thanks for being the team behind the NZ team.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. It's a game changer. Real-time intuition, light-speed empathy, a real heart and voice. It doesn't just understand what you're saying, it can feel it. Say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
Come on, let's go.
Stubborn gut? Life's easier when you feel in control.
Let's go, Flo.
Flo is made with kiwi fruit extract zyactinase and has prebiotics, fibre and enzymes to naturally support bowel health. And now there's Flo for kids.
Welcome back as we continue our coverage of what is just a jam-packed day 3 of the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Championships. Hawke's Bay. It's still warmish. There's a slight breeze, a little bit of cloud cover. There's very pleasant conditions. You see Christina Ryan just staring down measurement in her latest event in the heptathlon.
Yeah, 3 competitors in this women's heptathlon competition. They're into the shot put circle now, and we're about to get underway shortly with the 100 metres. So this is the time in the afternoon where you want to hit that share button on your YouTube viewer and make sure all of your club mates, all of your family members are glued to your screens, because we are seeing history in the making, and this woman is going for a PB in the pole vault, first attempt at 4.65. Well, the backwards roll was good.
The backwards roll was very good, and I think just that we sort of what we call the old East Coast wave sort of. I think she realises that she wasn't actually that far off there, so she's cleared 155, gone up to a 455, up now to 465, which would be a personal best by 5 centimetres for Olivia McTaggart. Down, there's Coach McCall having a bit of a chat. And now she'll just meander back again. She's got all the time.
The universal signal for slightly higher.
Well, I mean, you called it with that attempt at 4.55. There was good clearance. There was plenty of space there between her torso and the top of the bar. So,
yeah, and now she's into the uncharted territory where she hasn't broken this, and now it becomes very much about those top 2 inches as well as the rest of the body doing its job. So she needs to stay calm and just remind herself, like, if you're going to do PBs, do it on your favourite track where you've set all your other PBs. It's warm conditions, just a gentle tailwind. This is the perfect time to make it happen. Like we saw in the high jump earlier, like we've seen in the javelin just now. It's so many of our athletes today are in peak form and record-breaking form, personal best form, and just enjoy it, enjoy the conditions, enjoy the moment.
Just waiting for the measurement there for Alice Taylor of Manawatu Wanganui, one of our 3 heptathletes competing, along with Maddie Wilson and Christina Ryan, the Canterbury pair. Of course, we are building up towards some sprinting action. Women's para open over 100 metres. It'll feature the likes of Anna Grimaldi and Daniel Aitchison. The men's para over the same distance as well, with Mitch Joint and Zach Orball and company. And then we're really looking forward to the 100 metres women's final and the 100 metres men's final, which of course is going to be the first battle this year between Eddie Osai and Kitia and Tia Velpton. Both have been running well, but on different sides of the Tasman. There is Olivia McTaggart. Always seems to have a very good control of things, never really looks flustered. You see Alice's Taylor's mark in the
now we
shot put there.
assume those other marks are carried over from the high jump. So here she goes, attempt number 2, up into the sky.
Yes!
Over she goes.
Nice work.
Amazing jumping there from Olivia McTaggart. That's a new personal best. She climbs up the rankings, chasing on the heels of Eliza McCartney, of course. Wonderful scenes here at Hastings, Mitre 10 Park. New personal best. How high can she go? This is the question.
Well, that is 4 metres 65.
So bounding in. Look at this plant. Using all that strength to use that pole to hinge her up into the air. Over she goes. Double fist pump. And rightly so. Second attempt. That is brilliant.
And again, still with what looked like plenty to spare. Well, so many athletes really enjoy this particular venue. It just brings really good vibes. So right now as we watch McTaggart walk away and prepare for her next attempt, where does the bar go to? Do they go, right, well, let's just go another 10. Let's go 475. Do you want to look at 470? This is all uncharted territory. 470 we are being told. You see that in the bottom of your screen, 4 metres 70.
And if you're wondering what the New Zealand record is from Eliza McCartney, it is 494. So, like getting within a foot, you know, that's sort of a body width within. So getting up into those realms.
Was that considered a German meet, by chance?
That was mid-July, so chances are she'd be in Europe somewhere. That was 2018.
Yep.
So improved on her performance at Rio, which was one of the all-time magic moments of New Zealand athletics. Seeing this young girl seemingly come out of nowhere from New Zealand and take home the bronze in the pole vault.
Well, there was also, though, that real element of joy and sadness, because her and Alana Boyd, who were really battling out for that bronze medal in Rio, such great mates as well. And it really came down to if Alana missed, Eliza got the medal, which Alana did. But, you know, just that was a wonderful event. It was highlighted by the hometown favourite, not even qualifying for the final. That really sort of had things, everyone buzzing in Rio. So, just a wee break in proceedings. All eyes over on that young lady there. So, over 4 metres 55, which was an A standard for the Com Games.
She's now going the World Champs
65. Very calm and relaxed as always, Olivia McTaggart. Bar set at 470.
So 470 is the standard for the World Champs. Of course, these are a mark. So if you hit the mark, it's not a guarantee that you've made the team. There's all sorts of logistics that need to go into that. But here we go. First attempt at 470.
Oh, now she's caught that on the way up again. The nice dismount with the flip. But they might just call. They'll see Coach McCall come down. She's got good speed on the runway again. Takes in, that's a good plant. Rocks back. And you just see it catching it with the legs on the way up.
And just whether they make an adjustment to the uprights with that one to give her a bit more space to get up to that height, or whether they're happy with that pole choice.
As was explained to us, of course, they have the ability to ask where they sit. You can move the positioning of the bar forward or backwards if you so desire.
it's a wonderful example of physics in action, where you're running, sprinting horizontally, and then you're using this pole to hinge yourself so you can convert that horizontal force into some vertical force and use that pole to shoot yourself and hopefully hold on to it adequately, shoot it yourself into the air.
Quick update from the men's decathlon after 4 events. So Aaron Booth with a very good lead at the moment now. It's over 500 points. He's got 3,186 points. Ethan Phillips from Auckland is now in second place. He's got 2,613. 4 points behind him is Matthew Wyatt of Auckland, 2,609. And then we slide back to Nick Fee of Manawatu Wanganui. He's got 2,427, rounding out your top 5. It is Max Te Uarua of Auckland, 2,258 points, as we get to see the first of our sprint finals. This is the Open Men's Para. Zachary Orble, Mitch Joint, Jackson Woolley and Joe Smith. Still to come as well, we've got the Women's Open Para, and that features Olympians Daniel Aitchison and Anna Grimaldi. Of course, we are building up to what should be a fascinating battle in the 100 metres men's and the women's 100, where it's all eyes on Zoe Hobbs, and can anyone sort of maybe cause a little bit of an upset in that one?
A little bit of an upset. That would be a big one.
A massive boil
monumental. That would be a career-defining upset. Well, if that took place.
Here's Olivia McTaggart, who's jumped a personal best. Looking to try and add some more centimetres to that. Bar at 470 now. She's wanting the other coaches, competitors, a few of the officials who are there to try and give her a bit of hand. Sets the mark there. Gets herself set. Bar at 470, and she's away.
Oh, she really muscled her way on up with that one. You can see the movement and energy in the legs, but really didn't quite get enough vertical on it. Clips it with the toes again. But the backwards roll is still looking on form, so I'm enjoying that. I hope our viewers at home are as well.
Well, she's got one more attempt at 470, but you just keep looking at it and you think to yourself, you know, it's just there. It is, as is always the case when we talk about high performance sport, these fine wee margins. So, as you see, everyone getting themselves prepared. That's Zachary Orble in lane number 3. He'll start without the use of the starting blocks. Alongside him is Mitch Joint. And we've got Jackson Woolley of Waikato Bay of Plenty, who's decided to go for the dye, the blue dye through the hair. And then Joe Smith will be running out of lane number 6. You see Olivia McTaggart, who's got time. She's got plenty of time in between each of the jumps. Entitled to 5 minutes. So she'll just sit there, just having a look, maybe thinking about. Looks like she's gone with a change of pole. And so plenty of time. Coach McCall's come down and had a wee bit of a chat. She'll go sit down and just think things through. The other athletes sitting along beside her. She's looking very relaxed. A few deep breaths. Mind you, nothing generally really sort of seems to faze Olivia. Very cool, calm and collected whenever she is competing. So she will just think things over. She's had her feedback from her coach. We are waiting for the start of our first 100 metres, which is set to go in around 60 seconds time, and that is the 100 metres men's open for our para-athletes. We've already seen Anna Grimaldi and Holly Robinson in action today. So Zach Orble, Mitch Joint, Jackson Woolley and Joe Smith in this particular event. There they are. So the 3 Aucklanders and the 1 Waikato Bay of Plenty competitor. There you see that's Zachary Orble. He won't use the starting blocks. Alongside is Mitch Joint. There you see Jackson Woolley. A little bit of blue through the hair. Just a light touch of. Maybe even jade might be a better colour for it. And then you've got Joe Smith on the outside. And so we are preparing for this particular race to get off. Will be a nice wee 45-minute stretch of sprinting, highlighted by the senior men's and women's 100-metre finals. What can Zoe Hobbs do today? The first meeting of Nkitia and Velpton for 2022. They're underway. Good start by Woolley getting out. Joint will take a little bit to get going. Joe Smith moving nicely though. Now Mitch Joint starts to work his way through. He'll run over the top. Gets to the line really nicely. Around that mid-12s. Good run as well by Zach Orble coming through. Of course, the para-athletics works on the percentage of world record. Ooh, 11.86 for Mitch. That's a good time.
That's massive. So, yeah, Mitch back at the Dubai 2019 World Champs did a 12.40 in his 100 metres. So look at just that top-end speed. Once he gets moving, he really has a great top-end speed. 11.86. That's a wonderful time.
Well, that could be a national record.
Yeah.
Because we're looking here at 11.97.
It
now,
is.
plus two metres behind.
Yep. No, that's legal.
So that's legal.
Two zeros right on the limit. And hopefully it stays right there for the rest of the afternoon, because that would be ideal. And here we have the last attempt with 2:70. Here we are, Olivia McTaggart. No.
Bails out. It's still been a good day for Olivia McTaggart. She's added to her personal best, which now stands at 4.65 metres. It's those ranking points, qualifications. Over there.
Yeah, some hugs with the officials, hugs with the photographer. Alicia's coming in. She wants to be part of the celebrations.
Well, of course, that's what Alicia does. She's a pretty decent vaulter herself in her own
ranked,
right.
4th in New Zealand, actually. So she's climbing up into the sort of mid to high 3s. I think 360's her best. So she's only a metre behind.
Pats on backs, and rightfully so. And there we see Mitch Joint, 11.86, with the assistance of a 2 metre per second wind behind him, which is legal. And we believe that there is a New Zealand record for Mitch Joint. Same with Jackson Woolley. Well, Jackson Woolley, I suspect as well, he's listed as 12.42. And I think Jackson Woolley could have taken about 600ths off his national record. So that's another one as well. So Jackson Woolley, I think, is tamed. So 2 national records in that, if we're reading our statistics correctly. Here we see the women's 100 metres open para. Paddy Walsh of Auckland, Anna Stevens of Auckland in the inside lanes. Charlie Gardner-Hall and Shona Murphy in the outside lanes, but it'll be all eyes on the 2 middle lanes of Anna Grimaldi and Danielle Aitchison. The Para-Olympians. So they just make the adjustments as they sit there and get their starting blocks set up. Fascinating watching the intricacies and the different ways some people do it. Some it's just a couple of footsteps and then bring it one forward, Then switch over to the other side. It might be measuring using their feet by 3 or 4. Others you'll just see just get down, just a little bit of a feel thing. Or maybe you already have it sort of pre-programmed. I want to go this far back on this side. Know the number of notches that they can adjust with. So there we go. Confirmation coming through on the loudspeaker that both Mitch Joint and Jackson Woolley with new national records in that last race. Joint 11.86 seconds and Woolley 12.42. So Woolley taking 600th of a second off his own mark, and likewise Mitch Joint. So that's great work by Mitch and also as well by Jackson. So there you see our athletes for this next event. But there is Paddy Walsh. Alongside her is Anna Stevens. Anna was just sat down in front of our commentary position before, so she was sitting back, sort of watching the live stream.
Yeah, so Anna was 8th in the 200 metres in Tokyo last year at the Paralympics and was DQ'd, unfortunately, in the 100 in the heat, so had to do that painful walk back to the changing rooms.
So this should be an absolute belter then, when you throw in Aitchison and Grimaldi into the mix as well.
Yeah, great to have Anna jumping across into the 100 as well as her favourite event in the long jump. And yeah, it's going to be a wonderful race. So like you say, it's done on percentage of world records. So not necessarily is the first person across the line the winner on the day. And they'll kind of know the sort of gaps that they'll want against their competitors. And so they're teammates when they go overseas, but they're very much competitors when they're lining up together.
You see on the inside, Paddy Walsh in lane number 2. Lane 1 will be vacant. Lane 3 is Anna Stevens. Lane 4, Danielle Aitchison. Waikato Bay of Plenty. Anna Grimaldi, she's been here, done that. Nice and relaxed, just chilling there in lane number 5. Charlie Gardner-Hall is in lane number 6. There you see that's Anna Stevens there. There's Danielle Aitchison. Here and Anna having a good old chin wag. We go across to Charlie Gardner-Hall and Shona Murphy. Will be running in lane number 7, so lane 1 and lane 8 remaining vacant for this race as we are building up towards the 100 metres final. And already today, record-breaking afternoon. In Hawke's Bay, we've seen Portia Bing take another 600ths of a second off her 400 metres hurdles national record. We've seen Tori Peeters extend her national women's javelin record. 62.40 the new mark, adding another 36 centimetres, a personal best for Olivia McTaggart in the pole vault. We've seen some clutch performances. Aaron Booth needing to deliver, having missed it 192 twice in the high jump, delivering and then bombing over at 198 with his first attempt. Here's Danielle.
Yeah, until you mentioned Aaron, I was going to say it's really been a day of the women, a wonderful day of female athletics.
Well, I think, when we just look in general at the moment, the female competitors really have sort of dominated in terms of the performances, the standards that are being set. And so...
And I was having a good chat to Portia after we did the interview with her, and she's just saying it's about having these great squads around the country of women training together, because the ranks are a bit thinner in the women's athletics, and so when you get these teams with the opportunity to train together and actually have some company, spend time together down at the track, make it a social experience, not just a training experience. It really does add that added benefit. And she was talking about her squad with James Mortimer coaching them, You know, he's working a full-time job at Auckland Dio, then pops down to the track, spends a couple of hours with this just all-time best squad of New Zealand female sprinters, all training together and having a blast while they do it.
Well, here's another 6 quality sprinters as well. That's Paddy Welsh on lane number 2. Anna Stephen, 3. Aitchison, 4. Grimaldi, 5. Gardner Hall in 6. Murphy in 7. And they're away. Good start by Grimaldi. Now just remember, as you heard Hayden say, it is all about percentage of world record. But, gee, this is a really nice run by Anna Grimaldi.
Wow.
Around 12 and a half. Then it's going to be just Aitchison from Stephen.
Impressive from Anna. Got away to a good start and just kept on pulling away. I'm just going to dig through my databases and see if I can find a personal best for her in the 100.
Well, she's run 12.6. 12.6.
12.6, right. You're onto it.
And national record, it's plus 1.7 behind as well. National Open record, 12.79. So I think we've seen another one go here.
Wow.
Hayden Shepard, I think we've seen another one go.
Paralympic gold medalist in the long jump, just set the national record in the 100 metres. Impressive running there from Anna, and really demonstrates the speed that you need to perform well in the long jump. That's why I can't do it.
Just want to throw in there as well here, the run of Shannon Murphy, 16.63. I think she has just nipped a couple off her PB as well. So good run there by Shonen further down the list.
0.02 of a second by Shannon Murphy, just edging her personal best ahead.
The thing, again, is I just keep looking at that wind speed. And if we can just keep it around about that level, Hayden, you've got connections.
Ideal, yeah.
You've got connections. If we can keep it around that level for about another 40 minutes for when Zoe Hobbs, Rosie Elliott, Livy Wilson come out, when Edward Osai-Nketia, along with Tian Velpton come out, that would be really peaky.
That would be perfect. Also, I want to point out Anna Stephen got a PB there by 0.2 of a second, so did 14.32, and now we saw these 4 athletes in the wheelchairs earlier in the 2-lapper. Now they're going for the 100 metres, which, my goodness, cranking up those wheels in 100 metres. At least they've got a tailwind to help them get them going, but you know, you're probably talking needing 200 or 300 metres to get these things up to speed. So 100 metres is very, very quick indeed, probably more equivalent to a 60-metre or a 40-metre dash in the running events.
So it's Movold in lane number 3. Jaden competing alongside Sarah James, Gabrielle Wright and Montana Brown. Sarah from earlier in the day, I think she had another national record too, and might have been a PB in the 400. So here we are, 100 metres. Thank you to the good team at timeout. There you see confirmation of that start list. It's mixed. Jaden Movold will be in lane 3, Sarah James in 4, Gabrielle Wright in 5, and Montana Brown in lane number 6. So as you see it on your screen from right to left, it is Auckland, Canterbury, Auckland, Canterbury. As we build towards the senior women's 100 metre final.
Matthew Lack owns the national record in this event that Jaden's competing in. That's 15:42, and Gabrielle Wright, and also in the T54, the national record that she would want to be chasing is 15:61. So that is fast. That is very fast to get up to that sort of speed. So we'll see how close these athletes can get to that. But
poised, sitting and waiting. Starter though not yet to get to the top of his little podium. Now he's taking the first step up. Let's continue to wait here. It's a little bit of an issue by the looks, just being sorted out. fair bit going on, it's fair to say. Even though there is just a slight pause in proceedings. Now we're underway. So it's Movold on the inside. James Wright and Brown. So Movold with the head down.
Yeah, he's got to be careful there to stay in his lane.
Yeah.
So it just makes that slight tweak. And now he's up to speed. You can see really once they get up to speed, they're really moving. Then need to slam on the brakes. So about 18 seconds there for Jaden. Whew.
James comes through, then Wright, then it'll be Montana Brown. Yeah, it was a couple of very hairy moments there. It really did look like that left wheel was getting very close to creeping outside the lane. And our para-athletes, no different to their senior competitors. You've got to stay inside your lane. So I think he may have made that adjustment just quickly enough as we get a great end-on view of our athletes as they work their way through 100 metres. Jaden Movold, 18.09 for Jaden. So there he is. I can tell you as well that the field for the women's 100 metres, their confirmation on your screen. Jaden Movold, 18.09 seconds. Sarah James, 20.87. Gabrielle Wright, 21.58. And Montana Brown, 23.06. And there they are. It's a very impressive group of athletes. This is the 100 metres
and
women's senior final.
I just want to say, these names on screen is the best group of female 100-metre runners that we've ever had. They own the national 4x100 record. The national record holder is in this group in lane 4, and all the others are chasing her down. So the only one we're missing from that list is Georgia Hulls, who I believe is dealing with some illness issues, non-COVID related, but she will be in the 200, so that's good. So she's just conserving some energy for the weekend, focusing on her favourite event. But this woman on screen, what can she do? Can the wind stay below that 2.1? And do we dare think that she could add another New Zealand record to her season?
Well, she likes the track. When you go back, she set the new mark of 11.15. It was at the Hawke's Bay Gisborne Championships held at this particular venue. She's been in very good form. Admittedly was a bit even surprised herself with her run at the Sir Graham Douglas International a fortnight ago. You see her going through and just setting the starting blocks to where she wants them to be. When you talk about great talent, this has been really one of the great developments in New Zealand track and field over the course of the last 5 to 8 years. It's been some high quality sprinters coming through. It's not just that woman in the centre of your screen, it's athletes on either side, the likes of an Anna Percy, that woman there, and Livy Wilson. Rosie Elliott who's now sort of, I guess, she's a little bit betwixt because she can run 100 really well, 200 really well, and her 400 hasn't exactly been shabby either now, so they will be chasing that lady in the middle. But what it means is there's that good depth of talent starting to really bubble its way to the top. And then when you throw into it as well what we saw over the first 2 days from our under-18 athletes in particular, when you think about the likes of Natalia Van Rooyen and the Collette sisters coming into that mix as well. It's great signs for the New Zealand sprinting scene from a female point of view.
There's so many athletes coming up through the ranks, and when you've got a group of women like this to look up to who are just training at the same track that you're training at, and you can go up and talk to them, ask them for advice, they're accessible. You can follow them on social media. They're certainly just wonderful inspiration. I've got a 6-year-old daughter, and for these women to be inspiring the next generation of young athletes, young girls coming through, and you couldn't ask for much better than these girls to be looking up to.
So as you see there, that's Rosie Elliott in the centre of your screen, 3:06. Livy Wilson, 2:70. Just outside here, there you see Brooke Summerfield, Waikato Bay of Plenty. She's got lane number 7 and lane number 8, just on the extreme out there. That's Tasman Harvey. Athletes coming in lane number 1, that's Celia Ward of Tasman. Hannah Maloney is in lane 2. Anna Piercy in lane number 3. Then it's Zoe Hobbs in 4, Elliott 5, Wilson 6, Summerfield 7, Harvey 8. So just waiting for the call to get into the blocks, and here they go. Zoe Hobbs in lane number 4. Now,
yeah, and Percy just having a few little issues with her blocks, just asking for that to be called again.
So they have been. Step in. Senior Women's 100 metre final, sponsored by Time Out. You see Ward, Maloney, Percy, there's Hobbs, Elliott, Wilson, Summerfield, Harvey in readiness. Away. Good start by Hobbs. Nice start by Percy and Wilson as well. But Zoe Hobbs gets up on the toes and she's away. And she's off to the races. Elliott's going to come through for second. Wilson's going to be third. Oh, that was sharp. Oh, dang, that was real sharp.
Oh, man. The energy, the expression on Zoe's face and the determination as we came through that mid-stages. Just on fire. Livy Wilson was running wonderfully as well. And I love Rosie Elliott's sort of poker face expression. She almost looked like she was going for a little jog.
11.07, but the wind is at 2.7, but that is rapid. Elliott with an 11.34, Wilson 11.54.
Anna Percy 11.62. You can see how hard Zoe was working. Now that's the fastest she's ever run. But, of course, that wind will just put it out of reach. Man, oh, man. 11.07.
You see it.
With a helpful little tailwind of 2.7 metres per second. Rosie Elliott getting up for second. Livy Wilson will take a well-deserved bronze. And one of the narratives to play out for this weekend is Rosie Elliott. That's her first medal for the weekend. Will it be her only, or will she be able to get another couple more?
Well, there we see Sarah Cowley-Ross down there, seeing if she can have a bit of an interview. Yep, the key figure that was on that was that plus 2.7. For those maybe who are not familiar, you are allowed an assisting wind behind you as long as it is no greater than 2 metres per second. So that's what the plus 2.7 you saw at the bottom of the screen meant. It was 2.7 metres per second. If it was underneath that, we would be very, very excited. But because of the fact that it is over that particular mark, unfortunately that 11.07 does not mean another national record for Zoe Hobbs. Nonetheless, it does mean it's still very, very
It would have
quick.
been close. Usually sort of 1 metre per second is worth usually about 0.05 of a second, so it would have been very close. But let's jump on down to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who has Zoe Hobbs with her now.
Zoe Hobbs, winner of the Senior Women's 100 metres, 11.07. Can you believe it? But 2.7.
Oh, that wind. I'm so stoked with the time, though. Big thing for me today was just, I was a big ball of nerves before the race, and for me it was just about being patient through those transitions. I stood up quite early in the heat, so I just wanted to clean that up and then just have fun with it, because that's what I've had all season and it seemed to come together. So 11.07, I'm stoked, even with the wind.
Yeah, I'd be stoked about that too. Hey, Zoe, let's talk about this season, though. You know, incredible, straight from the get-go. You've taken the national record outright, 11.27 before Christmas, and then 11.15 a few weeks ago in this venue. What does it mean to you to be running so fast? 11.07 today. Would you have believed that you could have run that time last season?
No. I mean, I knew I was capable of getting there, but to actually see it happen is incredible. It's kind of mind-blowing.
a lot of credit to my coach, James Mortimer, for getting me to this point. We've worked so hard since 2016, and to see it finally come together is pretty cool.
Well, it is coming together very nicely for you. You've got a few competitions coming up, World Indoors potentially. What's the plan for you from here?
My plan from here is to head to the World Indoors, which are mid-March, and then from there look to finish my season in Oz and do the Aussie Champs and Brisbane Track Classic. So hopefully get another 2 shots over the 100 once I get back to the Aussie season. But for me, it'll be about managing that jet lag and all that travel. So that'll be the biggest piece, I think.
Well, we had loved seeing you out here today. 11:07, take that, take the national title, take those valuable World Athletics points, and let's go back as we see our men line up for the 100 metres.
Yeah, we've just seen the star of the New Zealand Athletics Summer show why she is such, and now something we've been looking forward to all summer, but we have been unable to view because of the fact that they've been on either side of the Tasman. And it's the man in lane number 3, Tiaan Velpton, and the man in lane number 6, Edward, aka Eddie Osain-Kitia. They are been in great form on either side. There he is, Eddie's just gone with the more positively bland running trousers this morning. He was far more colourful.
Did his team
earlier
captain
on
have a little chat to him about the uniform options? Now I'm interested here, Tiaan, he's got the baggy shorts on as well. He usually goes for the full speed suit. So it's more the casual, maybe into summer, kind of just trying to feel relaxed potentially, but let's see. Making sure those laces are double tied. You do not want those things coming undone when you're hopefully on the way to a new national title. And regardless, we are going to crown a new senior champion with Shay Veach, who's unfortunately at home at the moment nursing a foot injury. He did that magic double of the long jump in the 100 last year. So we will have a new champ. Who will it be? Will it be Eddie? Will it be Tiaan? Or will one of those boys in the middle, Cody Wilson, Jordan Bolland, get amongst the action? Now, Jordan is a quick starter. Expect him to get out of the blocks very, very fast. And what will that mean for Tiaan, having him right next to him in his peripheral vision, just pulling him along? So will that be a factor?
Interesting to note as well, that breeze, just as we sit here, just appears to have dropped it here. There's Osain-Kitia. He's running out of lane number 6. Nathan McDonnell of Canterbury is in lane number 7. Stream outside in lane number 8 is Tommy Tapuni. There you see Cody Wilson. Lanes 6, lane 3. That's where we expect him to come from. Great start. Oh, Borland stumbled a little bit. Great start by Nketiah. Now Welford gets up onto the toes. It's the match rate we expected it to be. Osain-Kitia. Oh, no. Oh, Velpton. Velpton felt something go.
That is heartbreaking for Jordan. We saw this in February last year. Absolutely heartbreaking. But Eddie takes the win. He's your new national champ. He's been here before. He's come back. He claims the national title. He'll be absolutely stoking, but also heartbroken for Tiaan, his good mate, pulling up with that hammy. The same thing that happened last year.
10.2 for Edward Osain-Kitia. The wind at 2.8. Cody Wilson took out the silver, Borland the bronze, the bronze, I should say. That's impressive from
the drama.
From Borland, because he actually really stumbled coming out of the block. Well, let's just have a look at it. Osain-Kitia, he is ahead, and just right there you see him reach back, and what a shame.
Wow, that is the drama in 10 seconds worth of action was just unbelievable. So Jordan, I talked him up as the quick starter. He stumbled out of the blocks, lost probably 2 metres on everyone, still comes back, wins himself a medal. Tiaan was in the lead for most of the race.
Well, I actually thought Osain-Kitia just had the advantage on the outside, and Velpton was just starting to close a little bit before he went down and started to grab the back of the leg. This thing, he had that injury, and he still finished 4th, and he still run under 11 seconds with that. So they had such momentum up there. Gutting for Velpton. Great run by Osain-Kitia. In fact, I think Eddie is actually standing by with Sarah Cowley-Ross. So let's head down to your 100-metre senior men's champion with Sarah.
Well, I've got the big fella here. He's the winner of the men's 100 metres, Eddie Osain-Kitia. You must be happy to collect that next national title.
Oh man, it was a rush job starting from Tuesday when we just decided that we're going to go nationals because like all the borders and stuff. So I'm glad to be here.
Let's talk about that. So you're now based in Canberra at the moment. As soon as the MIQ Open will close, actually, thank goodness, you were on the flight to New Zealand. Your mate, Tian Welpton, he's been running so well this season, but unfortunately did his hammy there. I noticed you were quick to go over and check your mate was okay.
Yeah, in the game, I had to put pressure on him because that's the game plan. But then after that, man, I had to come and give him a hug because we're all friends after that. But during the race, we're all enemies, and we had to do each other to get into each other's skin.
What's it been like you being in Australia and Tian being over here running so hot? How much have you wanted to race him this season?
Oh man, ever since the 10:09. Oh my God, he put me on my feet. I got really scared. That's when I knew I had to face this guy.
And what's next for you, Eddie? Will we see you in the 200 metres tomorrow?
I'm not sure, but if not, then next week I got the Sydney Track Classic, then the Melbourne Track Classic, then Aussie Nats, then Brisbane. So we've got a long way to go.
Well, it is a long way to go, but we're loving seeing you back out on the track. The much anticipated showdown between you and Tian. Have you got a final message for Tian, Eddie?
Oh man, I hope you rest up and hopefully we see you at the track, especially Sydney Track Classic and Aussie Nats, and let's get this dub. Aussies.
That's right. Let's get it done against those Aussies, against the world. Our sprinting scene has never been hotter with these guys running so fast down the track. It's Eddie O'Sai-Nikita here in New Zealand, which is fantastic for the Jennian Holmes Track and Field National Championships.
Yeah, great to see. You just love the charisma, you love the enthusiasm, and you love the love that he's got for his mate, Tian Welpton. It really was a shame to see that hammy because I just kind of got the feeling I thought Tian was starting to track him down, but it is Edward O'Sai-Nikita who takes the gold medal. He is the national champion of the men's 100 metres for 2022. He defeats Cody Wilson of Wellington, Jordan Boland with the stumble, getting the job done to get bronze. Then it's Nathan McDonnell, Tommy Tapuni. Welpton actually still going under 11 seconds to finish sixth. Hyoto Yonito of Southland, and then Jackson Rogers, and the hits just keep on coming because now we've got the hammer, and there's Lauren Bruce.
Screen, Lauren Bruce, who's been having a great domestic summer here. Of course, without our national champion from last year, Julia Ratcliffe, who had a wonderful battle at the same venue. Julia going on to beat the national record here. But this is our current national record. She's claimed that record back. Here she is opening up her campaign in the hammer. Spinning, spinning, spinning. Getting it out. Oh, what an opener.
That's actually, what an opener. I think that's actually just the warm-up.
Is that the warm-up?
I think that's just the warm-up. But I can tell you that warm-up is over 70. Yeah, it is just the warm-up.
Oh my goodness!
That was actually just the gentleman was actually just holding a fork, not the measuring stick. But
can we just measure it?
Well, here's the interesting thing. It's funny that you mentioned that there. Think back to Anthony Nobilo this morning, who set a personal best. Anthony in the warm up again. He was in it right in, straight and zeroing in on that 60 metres. And the other thing we've got to remember as well. Yep, Lauren Bruce. We've got another plus 70 metre hammer thrower. Even though Julia Ratcliffe is not here, we've got Nicole Bradley, who's going really well, and she's in career best form now.
Yep, yeah, and she looked good here about 6 weeks ago at the Potts Classic, coming very close second, really pushed Lauren Bruce in that competition. So, yeah, that'll be exciting, and wouldn't it be amazing if we could send 3 female hammer throwers to an international competition this year? That would just be incredible. I don't even know if you're allowed 3 in a field event. I know you are in the running events, so that would just be incredible. Great to have 3.
We'll just take a short break because we've got a lot to get through, including Lauren Bruce and Nicole Bradley in the hammer, and also there's a bloke that's getting ready to high jump who doesn't go too shabby either. Short break here as our coverage of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand National Track and Field Championship continues here on Sky Sport Next.
We're proud of our country, mountains and streams, our Jennian culture, our nation, our team.
Partnering with people who share your values is important. To achieve gold medals, you've got to put the hard yards in. The Jennian team share that pursuit of excellence, giving their best every day. And they get the results. Well done on 40 years, Jennian. Thanks for being the team behind the NZ team.
Today, we are reinventing insurance. It's a game changer. Real-time intuition, light-speed empathy, a real heart and voice. It doesn't just understand what you're saying, it can feel it. Say hello to an actual human being.
Hi there.
Come on, let's go.
Stubborn gut? Life's easier when you feel in control.
Let's go, Flo.
Flo is made with kiwi fruit extract zyactinase and has prebiotics, fibre and enzymes to naturally support bowel health. And now there's Flo for kids.
Kia ora koutou. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our coverage here at the Jennian Homes New Zealand Track and Field Champs. It's great to have your company this afternoon. We've had an electric day of personal best national records already. We just had the 100 metre senior women, senior men finals, confirmation that Eddie Osei Nketia is the new New Zealand 100 metre champion, and Zoe Hobbs picks up another national title, and Sarah Cowley-Ross. How fast was Zoe looking?
Holy
my goodness.
Moly, 11:07, and just to see her, on the track, and to see the almost despair of the illegal tailwind. But how great for New Zealand sprinting as we
Here we
just
go.
let's see this
let's
again.
dissect this, Sarah.
Because she is just looking so powerful out of the block. She really just works so hard, and she's got her stride length has increased this year, and that's been a real feature of her racing this year. She's made some incredible gains, and I think once she gets to Australia, has people potentially beside her a little bit closer, that we are going to see another legal, hopefully, cracking run from her. She has been sensational, and just this was
the drama in this 100 metres. I mean, it was. You could pack a whole soap opera season of drama into that 1:10 seconds. But look at that heartbreak from Tian. He's been in exactly that position before, and Eddie said, it's war out there, and so that pressure of having Eddie right alongside when you've spent all season way out the front, that's going to, if anything's going to pull your hammy, that's going to pull your hammy.
Yeah, and the thing is that these guys are exerting such incredible forces through their muscles. He has pulled his hamstring in the past. We saw it at Sir Graham Douglas last year. But goodness me, what drama we've had this afternoon.
In terms of that hammy, you probably would have had a few hammy tweaks in your career at some stage. Will he be back for Sydney? Do you think an Australian campaign will be on with a couple of weeks easy training?
Oh, look, in a former life I was actually a physiotherapist, so I can tell you from a physiotherapy perspective that, the fact that he was able to walk off the track, good sign, but also the real thing will be how he's walking tomorrow. And we just send our best wishes to Tian Welton and his team, because that's a devastating blow after such a stellar season.
Absolutely. So we've got an action-packed afternoon with the hammer throw heading up. We've got heptathlon 200 and that man on screen, so I'll hand it over to Nigel Yoden.
Yeah, we've got the last event for the heptathlon up now. These girls will have a little bit of sting in their legs, but it's their final event. So in lane 3 we have Maddie Wilson, in lane 4 Alice Taylor, and lane 5, the defending champion in the heptathlon, Christina Ryan of Canterbury.
So it's been a good even contest to this point. All of them have got their wonderful strengths. And they're away. Taylor. This is very even as they take this curve. Wilson just getting a little bit on the inside. Ryan, the outside. Wilson looks as though she's going to pace them as they lead in 200 metres. Ryan, now she starts to really stride out. Wilson, though, sticking with her. Great little battle within a battle between the Cantabrians. To the line, good dip from both of them. Good dip as well there too by Taylor. And we see what the numbers deliver for us.
And that's a really good run there by the training partners out of Terry Lomax's training group. Right through the line. They've finished their day one. Christina Laranas and Maddie Wilson are lying on the track. Alice Taylor's joined them now, but it's a good day's work at the office.
There you go. So they've done something a look 25. Is that 25.95 as they look down? 25.95 and 25.99 by Christina Ryan. So 200 metres to finish. Oh, look at that wind speed. Oh, if only could have had that around about 20 minutes ago.
Goodness me. And Alice Taylor, 27.43 there for third.
There you go. We're just sitting having a chat. All right. We're done
Day
for the
one
day.
done.
Okay. Who gets the ice bath first? Who's getting the coffees?
Exactly.
There's
No
Maddie
coffee.
Wilson.
No coffee.
Wonderful young athlete. Again, coached by Terry Lomax. There's Alice Taylor.
Alice's sister, Josie Taylor, the other week jumped 186 in the US indoors. As we go to the hammer now. Goodness me, we've got some action lined
well, just all warming up at the moment, but
this is Nicole Bradley.
She's throwing well. I can tell you right now, the warm-up throw of Lauren Bruce, which had our dear friend Hayden Sherman very excited and justifiably so, soaring well in excess of 70 metres. So we see some more of these extraordinary performances. And the stars, this is the stars coming out to play. There you see, right in the centre, just walking over to the table, that was Jack O'Gill. We've got Tom Walsh, Lauren Bruce, Nicole Bradley. Hamish Kerr's warming up over by the high jump.
It's all go. It's all go. I hope everyone's heart rates are doing all right. Blood pressure.
Well, there you see the height of the bar, and I say at the moment, because trust me, that is going to get a lot higher. Here is Lauren Bruce. No Julia Radcliffe for this event this time. And now can she maybe do a Tori Peeters? We've seen Tori Peeters with a new PB, a new national record. There's Jacko. I was lucky enough to have a chat with Tom Walsh when we were down in Christchurch for the cricket, funnily enough. We were talking about his cricketing pedigree, which is very, very good,
yep.
I might add. He was, of course, some of you may remember he was involved in the Black Clash. Again, this is just a warm-up throw from Lauren Bruce. And that's some warm-up throw. That's again in and around that 70-metre mark. It was lovely to have a chat with him because he was talking about, being involved in that Black Clash and saying Stephen Fleming had been sort of at him for a while about coming to do it, and he had that hole to be able to go and do it. And he played a fair bit. He was part of the Timaru boys' first 11, played some age grade stuff, actually played with a few of the guys that we saw in the Black Caps. Matt Henry, Tom Latham as well. Ed Nuttall was another name that got quite a bit of a mention as well. And Yeah, but he said it was just he was walking out and he looked up at the batting order, and it was Walsh at the top, and then all of these people who he said were just legends that he just absolutely loved watching. He said it just felt so surreal, and it was like the boyhood dream opening up with Stephen Fleming as well and seeing his name at the top of the order. And then he went out and started sort of
sending it.
The 1 over backward point was an absolute belter. Of course, he threw the belt at one point. He said he copped a fair bit there.
But he was loving it, and it was so nice for him to have that opportunity to do that.
There you see the field for the men's senior high jump, brought to you by the Hits. Jaden Williamson, still a very young jumper, sort of transitioning across from the age group, but it's that man, Hamish Kerr. The little grunt in the background, by the way, that was Tom Walsh. But Hamish Kerr will be, and he should be pretty excited by what we've seen at the high jump over the first 2.5 days of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand National Track and Field Championships. We've seen Adam Stacker's provincial teammate clear 2 metres for the first time. We've seen Ethan Bone, another young age grouper, clear 2 metres for the first time. We've seen Kelly O'Hagan and Imogen Skelton throwing up PBs and putting on a really nice little competition this morning in the women's senior. So
we've seen PBs at every winning level, haven't we?
Well, today we've seen national records from Portia Bing. We've seen national records from Tori Peeters. We have seen was a Mitch Joint and Jackson Woolley lay down national records as well in the para events. Also as well in the para running. I think there was another couple of records set there too as we look at the field for the senior women's hammer throw, and it is really highlighted by the ladies third to last and second to last on that list, Nicole Bradley and Lauren Bruce. And so she's got a PB, Lauren. She became the third New Zealand woman alongside Bruce and Ratcliffe to throw beyond 70 metres. That was a mark set in December. So there is a whole lot happening at the moment, and of course, least I forget too, we have got action on the field, on the track I should say.
Women's 400. This is going to be a doozy.
Well, no Portia Bing now. You see the hammer throw, sponsored by Mammoth. Apt, incredibly apt. There's the 400 senior finals. Then you see, look at that. Story, Pearce, Blake, Neal, Elliott, Smart, McDonald, Cull. Bottom four in particular, Isabel Neal. This is, you really can just look across and go, right, where? Pick him. This is a coin flip. This really is a who's got it on the day type of an event.
Yeah, this is Cameron Smart. She won the national title this last year from her best mate, Isabel Neal. But Isabel Neal's had the upper hand over Cameron this year in a few of the classics. But in at the Sir Graham Douglas, then Rosie Elliott decides to step up a distance and say, hang on a minute, I can run 400 too. And then all of a sudden, she arrived with 52 point and said, I'm putting my name down for the 400 metres.
Well, here's the thing. She has just run the 100. Now, how much sting has that taken out of those very good running legs?
She's run 2 100s with the heat as well this morning. So she's probably quite thankful, actually, for Portia Bing withdrawing from this race. Otherwise, she would have had to run a 400 heat as well.
So you see Cameron Smart, number 421, just wandering back. Another second generation athlete. We've got second and third generations. So it's going to come at you thick and fast. So if you need to grab some snacks or maybe a drink or boil the jug or whatever, maybe your best thing I can suggest is if you've got a coffee plunger, maybe fill that up and just sit that alongside you.
Get like a 3
Trust
cup,
me,
3 cup worth.
I've done this before. So that might be the way to go. So there you see Isabel Neal, 203. There's Rosie Elliott, who we've already seen compete in the 100. Cameron Smart. We talk about her pedigree. She is the daughter of one of the greats of New Zealand running. That is Tony Hodgkinson. But you really just have a look, and I think this is going to be a fascinating contest. Shot put getting ready as well. High jump not far away. Senior women's hammer throw. 400 metres. We'll conclude today with 2 really good 5K events. Lauren Nagel, Hayden Wild, the respective favourites in those. Now we just wait.
Look for Neil. Look for Elliot to go out hard. That was her tactic at the Sir Graham Douglas. It's just whether she has the running legs in her to hold on.
So, Story 1, Pierce 2, Blake 3, Neil 4, Elliot 5, Smart 6, McDonald 7, Cull 8. Great field for the women's senior 400. Set them back down again. It's the New Zealand record in this event set in 1980 by the great Kim Robertson.
The oldest records in the books.
So we sit and wait again as everyone gets set. Cameron Smart taking her time to settle in. Clean start this time, and they're away. And we look for that lane 5 of Rosie Elliott if she wants to go fast. Isabel Neal moving out really quickly too. Good start as well by Cameron Smart. And Smart really eating up the runners on the outside of her. That is Smart you see at the front. Elliott striding out nicely too. So too Neal. Those 3 really have cleared away from the remainder. Those are going to be your medalists, you suspect. Smart on the outside. Elliott, Neal. Elliott now just starting to feel the pinch. She's done 200s. This is even as they come in. Look at this. Wobbling a bit is Elliott. Now Neal. Smart starting to pull up. It's now Elliott and Neal. Elliott. She's getting a bit wobbly. The head's all over the place, but she's going to get down to the line. What a performance, Rosie Elliott. Beats Isabel Neal. Smart comes through for 3rd. To the ground, and I'm not surprised. Goodness gracious me, what an effort from Rosie Elliott of Canterbury.
Sensational running by Rosie Elliott. She was conservative in the first 100, but as soon as Neil got up on her shoulder, she was off. She's new to this event, so she probably hasn't got her running tactics right or practice for the 400, but my goodness, she came home.
52.59 seconds as we have a look at that start. And you called Isabel Neal to get out, and she did go early, but oh, look at Rosie Elliott all over the lane. We've got the hammer throwing as well going on.
These are incredible personal bests from these girls. 52.59, that's another personal best in her second race over 400 that we've seen this season. Isabel Neal, 52.79, a huge personal best by her as well. And let's not forget that front running by Cameron Smart in the outer lane from the inside girls, 54.09.
So there you see the final standings. Elliott having claimed silver in the 100. Gold.
She's shouting, but she's happy.
So she should be as well. So there is the men's high jump. Let's find where that is on out. It's a Tom Maloney of Auckland. There. What an extraordinary effort. So she's run 2 100 metres. And she's run both of them sub 12 seconds. She's now come out in an event that she's still relatively fresh, relatively new to, and won a national title. She'll probably do the 200 metres tomorrow. I guess the big question now that I guess she's going to start asking herself is, gee, I'm not bad at this one lap, Lark. Do
She's
I maybe
got a good
forget just
problem on
doing?
her hands.
Do I just forget about doing the straight down the front straight thing and just start looking at this?
Well, it's a really hard decision knowing how awful 400 metres is in terms of the pain that she will be now in. But she's in a really great position in terms of the World Athletics ranking system. She's got 2 good times behind her, but if she's going to go for 400, she's going to need to bank up as we see her being walked off the track.
Well, that's
okay.
It is okay. Hopefully everything's all right there, and it's just the fact that she's absolutely spent.
Gritty from Rosie Elliott to hold on there.
We've got Jacko Gill just launching his first one. Is that a warm-up as well? Because that was nigh on 21 metres. So
yep, they're warming up, those big boys. They're just about ready to launch.
They're ready at the high jump. We won't see Hamish Gill for a wee while. There's Lauren Bruce. Lexi Maples is just throwing 52.75. And a good crew as well for the women's hammer throw.
So Julia Ratcliffe, who we've referenced in our coverage, she's looking to open her throwing in a few weeks. Took a break after Tokyo, where she finished an incredible 10th in the final.
Oh, she's keeping herself very busy. Oh, Tom Walsh launching as well there.
Walsh looking nice there.
Yeah. Always it's the old, well, it's just warm-ups, but nice and loose. Yeah. And the thing about these particular athletes is, unlike the likes of a Hamish Kerr who'll do his warm-up and then have to wait to get involved, they just get straight into it. As do Lauren Bruce. And as I said, Lauren was really sending it out nicely in warm-ups. We're now close to the 400 men's. There's a whole lot going on here. So you see one of our local competitors in the high jump as we go to Milik Naim of Auckland. Was down to compete, but withdrew in an event yesterday, so good to see her here today. And here we've got those great little throwing academies floating around. We spoke a lot about the Solar Power Academy over the first 2 days. There's a good little group out, I think it's West Auckland, it might be. So, we've still also got 400 metres, the 400 metres men's. Also, we've got 400 metres for the decathletes still to finish as well. We'll see how that finishes off for the day, because that'll be very interesting.
Just seen Aaron Booth's coach. He's on track for a good day one performance. They're looking for about a 50.3 to get over 4,000 for day one. He hasn't got over 4,000 on day one before, so that will be hugely positive going into day two if he's able to run 50 point and lock that away for the day. Come back, hopefully can walk in the morning.
So let's just say a time, so 50, just again as a guide, 50 seconds, if you run 50 seconds for 400, that there would be 815 points.
And
of course, if you, let's see, so give me a number again. Give me a number again. This is the great thing.
Oh, this is so great. You know, I'm not the only one that's got the heptathlon and decathlon apps on my phone. I haven't actually used them for a while. It's such a treat to pull them out. So we go to the women's hammer.
So 52 would give them 725. Just give you an update as I find the latest standing that I had in regards to that particular event after the high jump. So I go through the raft of papers that were sitting there.
Got a lot of papers on the desk at the moment.
A lot of papers, but
nice
as I said,
first round clearance, 188. And the opening height of the senior men's high jump.
So we're going to be sort of really popping around between the hammer, the high jump, particularly when we see Hamish Kerr come on board, and the shot put, which isn't too far away from getting started. As we head down, and here you see Nicole Bradley joined the 70-plus club in December last year. And can she maybe put a nice little marker down for Lauren Baruch to go chase? Good speed, good speed. It's a good opener. very good opener, right down the centre of the arc.
So
It'll be high 60s, you would suspect.
Yeah. Nicole's got 2 B standards for the Commonwealth Games, so that puts her into contention for nomination for selection. Breakthrough season for her, and well done to her coach, Mike Schofield.
In terms of selection, because we've got 3 who potentially can lay those markers down, could all 3
We
go?
could have all 3 go, Nigel. That's what you want to hear, isn't it?
That's what I wanted to hear. 70.1. 70.1 for Nicole Bradley. It wasn't sort of late 60s. It was high 70s.
Yeah, it's no joke.
PB.
That
Was it a PB? Was it 70.07? That is, it's a PB.
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 It's PB Saturday
It's
here at the
PB
National
Saturday.
Championships. Now, how does this lady respond?
Now, let's just remember that Lauren Bruce has not won a national title in hammer. She's been to the Olympics, but she said to me last week, this means something to her. She wants to win it, and she feels like she owes it to the sport to win it. But she's going to have
Golly.
a competitor in the form of Nicole Bradley, laying it down in round 1, 70.10.
A personal best. We've already seen some extraordinary performances. Personal best from Olivia McTaggart in the pole vault. We've seen Tori Peeters add to her PB, add to the national record. We've seen Portia Bing lower her national mark again in the 400 hurdles. We've seen national records set by our para-athletes.
Yeah, big shout out to those national records. Mitch and Jackson in the para events. Saw them down at the finish line before, and they are stoked.
We are over at the high jump. Now, there seems to be a slight delay here because Lauren, I should say, releasing that one. It looks as though that the hammer may have just got caught up in the side cage. Now they're actually just moving as well, remembering they can change the different sides. No, they've actually got that down, which is good. So adjusting the cage now. So Nicole Bradley, 70.10. Another 3 centimetres onto her personal best. And I'm fascinated to hear that discussion you had with Lauren Bruce saying that, she really sort of owes it to the sport. That's putting a lot of pressure on herself without the externals of the likes of a Nicole Bradley. That's big to put that onto yourself ahead of the event.
Yeah, she was really open about it, actually. She wants it. As we're at the high jump, but we can see Tom Walsh.
Yeah, Tom Walsh.
Looks like he's taking his final warm-up
Just a warm-up throw.
He will compete.
Steps over. Let's line drive down the left field side, but it's getting awfully close to where they have the 22 marker. How nice would it be to see Tom and Jacko giving their nudge. There you see the medalists in the women's pole vault. And the same Olivia McTaggart adding 5s, going over and adding more height to her personal best. It's now...
This is Marcus Walton, Canterbury, training mate and good friend of Hamish Kerr's personal best 208. 208 this season, sorry, PB 211. Easy work.
Floats over.
It's 198 the bar is at.
So, great to see these athletes wearing the provincial colours as well. Just watching Jacko Gill there warming up with the Auckland colours, and Tom Walsh. There won't be any of the T-shirts that we've become accustomed to. It'll be the provincial colours, and he loves wearing the provincial colours, the red and black. As parochial as they come is Thomas Walsh.
Pride of Timaru.
I was a bit concerned when Tom actually did the black clash. The opposition team being coached by one Scott Robinson. My immediate concern was, look, well, you're like maybe holding up the tight head side of a scrum. Tom, would you like to give it a shot?
He was a talented sportsman. His brother actually played first class cricket as well for Auckland.
Still playing club cricket up there as well. Tom was telling me the other day. And
Bill Walsh.
very good, wonderful family. So we saw during his little cricketing sojourn, you could see the real enjoyment. It was fun talking. It's actually fun talking to athletes sometimes, not about the sport that they enjoy.
Yeah.
Had a couple of very interesting conversations. Pete Gallagher, who is the long-time physio for the All Blacks, loves his NFL. And I was just sitting there, we were talking about something that was going on, and we mentioned, and Conrad Smith walked past, and Pete said something, and Conrad was like, are we talking NFL? Straight in. Wanted a chunk of the conversation.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Tom came to our house for a training camp the day after the Black Cash, actually. Bought the kids those ACC cricket hats, and they were stoked. But unfortunately, then I had 3 captains in the house, and 2 of them were 6 and 3.
We're just getting ready now for the final of the men's 400. Of course, they went to just a straight final for this particular event, so there was absolutely no need. So there's a really good representation from Wellington. You saw Saravi Zos, who was in the 400 hurdles. He's running in lane number 7. So some good long strides going on at the moment as they head down towards that 200-metre mark. Still reasonably even. You can see the 3 Wellington athletes in the outside. I think that's Fergus McClay, or might actually be John Herbert of Otago, who's trying to lead them in. It is John Herbert. Now coming through on the inside there, that's Luke Masekia of Auckland. But it is Herbert. Can he hold on? Here comes Masekia trying to get him in the last little bit of a stumble. Look at the effort going in. Oh, and taking a tumble over the line too is Luke Masekia, but there, John Herbert got it done. Very happy man as well. Sekia down on the ground, collapsing over the line.
Carnage.
Just looking for the times. That was John Herbert. Just there you can see. Now you'll see very shortly, I think Masekia just on the inside of him there. Just a slight little wobble there. the grimace on the face, over he goes, little bit of a stumble down. 48.1 for John Herbert. Luke Masekia, 48.29. Josh Leger of Wellington, 48.66. That's your medalists. There they are, the gold and the silver. Now you can have a nice little chat about it. Great work. Well, we're not too far away now from a start in that shot put competition. It looks as though Jacko Gill's going to be one of the early ones into the circuit as well. There's the confirmation of that result of the 400 metres men's senior. John Herbert of Otago with the victory, 48.18 seconds. Luke Masekia of Auckland with the silver. Josh Leger will take bronze. Here's the hammer throw. Here's Jacko Gill.
First time I've seen him in 2022.
How good as well. And he fires one out. Hey, hello. That's a cracking start. Wowzers. So Jacko Gill, that's got to be north of 21. Got to be north of 21. Right in there. Might flag up. We wait for the mark to come through. 21-21 from Jacko Gill. Wow.
Put the pressure on Walsh early.
Well,
this is great.
You see we've got the high jump. We'll keep the eyes out, obviously, for Hamish Kerr coming in there. See what he's got in store for us today. Here we see Hugh McLeod-Jones of Otago.
It's a great start there by Jacko. He's building into the World Indoors on the plane next week over to Belgrade, Serbia.
Dana Shepherd-Oates of Otago, or Danny Shepherd-Oates, I should say, striding out of the circle there. So this here, you're really going to have to just keep with us. We'll be bouncing around a fair bit here. Day 3 of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field National Championships. Nathaniel Sialupo of Wellington. It's a 7.26 kilogram implement that these gentlemen are using. Keeping an eye on this here. Tom Walsh is next up. Nicole Bradley also stepping into the throwing cage as well. There she is, having opened up with a PB. 70.1. So she's in the circle. Now Tom generally takes a little bit of time. And hopefully, here's Nicole. Rips that one. What's another good throw? Keep an eye on that one. Here's Tom Walsh. Can he respond to the 21-21 from Jacko? Yep, he can. He most definitely can. Game on. Little smile from Tom. And I just wonder, because Tom hasn't had that opportunity to get up and in and around Jacko, could this be the little boost, the little competitive boost he needs?
Well, he's a competitor. He loves it. He knows that he needs Jacko. 21-24.
Wow, there we go. 3 centimetres in it.
Game on.
Nicole Bradley. Now, here's Lauren Bruce. Seen her first attempt into the side netting. She has to respond to 70 metres, 10 centimetres. Yep, she's got that one out. She's got that one out and gone. Ho-ho-ho.
Relief for her.
She avoided what happened last year when she put 2 of them into the side netting and had to just get her third one out to just advance. Let's watch this. This is really patient. So you're working through. Builds great momentum. Nice release. Let's see what Lauren Bruce has replied with. You suspect it's going to be in and around 69 metres 54.
She's on the board. That's all that matters at this point.
So it is still, though, Nicole Bradley at the top with 70.1. There'll be a nice wee exhale from Lauren Bruce there. So, great battle at the women's hammer. Good battle already. In the men's shot put. So, now also we are getting ready to see the, it's Tegan Ashley I should say. We're also getting ready to see the final track event for our decathletes for the day. And just giving you a quick update on that as well. The high jump is at 2:03. Still a little bit light for Hamish Kerr. We won't be too far away from seeing him though. Aaron Booth, 3,186. So he would need 814 points to hit that 4,000 mark. Says the worst mathematician of the three of us.
Not sure about that.
Where's the accountant? What's the accountant up to? Shearman.
Accounting.
Shearman and Shearman.
He's doing his Excel. Now, when Aaron both set his personal best decathlon score in Napoli for the World University title, he did run 49.77. As I mentioned earlier, Coach Matt Dello, they're looking for a 50.3 to take the schedule to over 4,000 points for day one.
So 50.3 would be 801 points. If I am reading that right.
Okay. So we need a bit faster. 50.2. Put 50.2 in the calculator.
So we'll put 50.2 in. Let's have a look here. Well, let's just go a flat. Let's just go a flat 50.
Well,
flat 50 would be 815.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're really after sub 50 points.
So we're looking for That's what we're looking for.
And this is what heptathletes and decathletes are the gift of the heptathlon and the multis and the curse. Looking at the numbers, thinking, oh, if I could just do a little bit more here, if I could just do a little bit more there.
Here's Jacko. Great opening. So good to see this young man. We've not seen him as said. Had a chat with Tom Walsh. He was keen. He was keen to see Jacko. So needed the competition. Gill pivots
straight down the centre.
Here I think
a little bit to the left. Sorry.
Again, it'll be in and around sort of high 20s, maybe a low 21. Always hard to sort of gauge.
It's Marcus Walton.
That's a really nice jump from Marcus. So Jacko Gill, 20.78 for Jacko, 20.78 for Jacko Gill.
Just keep in mind that this is Jacko's opener for the season.
Well, I think that's what made that 21-21 so impressive with the first biff.
It's just wonderful to see him out here competing for a national title.
So
we go to the hammer.
Just getting ready to see Nathaniel Silupo in the shot put as well. And then we will see Tom Walsh in again. This is Jennian of Auckland.
Snuck inside the sector there.
Looking, trying to work out all of these different numbers.
Nigel's just on his multi-event app.
Look.
He's addicted. It's great. We're here for you. We're here for the stats.
Here is Silupo. Well, I mean, it is the part. It is. It really is that when it comes to decathlon and heptathlon, we talk about, those tenths of a second costing just in a normal race. Tenth of a second here and there, centimetres. There's Silupo. It's a nice effort out there. It's in and around sort of the 15.
So there's no extra points on where you place in the race or in the field event. So all it matters is that you lay down the fastest time in you or the greatest distance that you've got. And these boys, they've had a long day in the sun, but all they need to do is turn left around this track and get back to the start line.
So
There's the big fella. Bronze medalist in Tokyo.
He had a tough old day, didn't he? He's just hung in there because that's what he's done, and he's been asked the question by Jacko Walsh, spinning. Oh. Now, flag goes up again. Now, he's pulling everything down that left line there. I think that one there could be in and around that 21 mark again. He opened with 21-24. Wait, and he improved 21-38 for Tom Walsh. So just gives himself a bit of breathing room there. Little bit of breathing room over Jacko Gill. Danny Shepard Oates of Otago currently sitting fourth in the hammer. And just walks out the front, doesn't like that one. So the decathlon brought to you by Kennedy Park Resort. So there you see Fee, Orkamp, White, Booth, Woodhead, to Urarua, Henry and Phillips. And it is Booth, your leader. Ethan Phillips in second, but only just from Matthew White. There's only 4 points separating second and third. So you've got, here he is, there's Matthew White.
Marcus Walton.
Marcus Walton there. We've got Bradley sliding into the Hammer throwing circle once again.
That was Marcus's second attempt at 2:11. He'll have one more shot at that.
We'll start maybe seeing Hamish Kerr, but there is Nicole Bradley leading at the moment with a personal best, 70.10. He's throwing again. Oh, and this one here catches the side of the cage. We'll come back to the 400 metres for our decathletes.
Breeze has just picked up a little bit. It's a tailwind down the home straight. So these boys are going to have to work hard into the back straight. And they're off.
Aaron Booth is in lane number 4, the university's gold medalist. And so straight away he's about his work. Got a good, nice stride going at the moment as he leads them down that back straight. As he gets close, as he hits the 200 metres, hits that in around 23 seconds. Remember, he's looking for a time in and around 50. There you go, Lauren Bruce even taking the time to just sort of let them come past. But right now, this is their 5th event of the day. This is when it really starts to hurt. You can see the grimace on the face. He's getting plenty of body language encouragement from Sarah Caroline Ross alongside me. He comes down. It's going to be in and around that 50-second mark. Is it? It's going to be 51. Somewhere in that time frame. High 50s. High 50s, low 51s. So we wait for that to come through as we see Lauren Bruce, second spot at the moment in the women's hammer. Best of 69.54. Well, this one's coming right down the left-hand side. That's going to be close to 70, maybe just a hair short. We'll see. 51.15 for Aaron Booth. Let's plug that bad boy into the calculator. He's looking at 15.
That's a good effort there by Aaron Booth to finish off the day. He's back out here. It's his first decathlon in quite a long time. And so whilst he would have wanted 50 point, it's done now.
I make that 762 points for Aaron, so he'll finish at 3,948 for the day.
It's a good day. Good day at the office is what I was going to say. His personal best is 7,827. So we're looking at another 3,900 point day, and it's game on.
So Lauren Bruce there couldn't improve on the 69.54, so it is still Nicole Bradley leading at the moment. Here's Jacko Gill, who is in second spot in the men's shot put. Two nice throws by Tom Walsh at 21.24, followed by 21.38. Has him leading at the moment.
So we can hear the photographer's shutter speeds going nuts.
So here is Jacko. Another good one down the middle. That's going to challenge 21 metres again. And as I heard Sarah Carly Ross say, this is the first event for Jacko Gill, so he's coming out of the gate really nice. That's 3 legal throws. It's good throws all in and around that sort of late 20, high 21 mark. So we look for
20.88.
That's a good start. Started out 21.21. There's the man, Hamish Kerr, excuse me. But a guy he's got a little bit of a benchmark to try and stand up to here, because some of his other Canterbury high jumpers have been throwing in personal bests and clearing 2 metres for the first time and given 190 a nudge in the women's competition. So I'm sure there'll be provincial pride to keep the wonderful form of the Canterbury high jumpers going. The age groups over the last couple of days, we saw Ethan Bone and Adam Stack both clearing 2 metres for the first time. This morning, Kelly O'Hagan, 1.88 metre.
Wonderful to see Hamish in the high jump final in Tokyo last year.
Starting at 2.15 metres.
Thanks for coming.
Just a casual wee 215. He'll be looking for a lot more. Nathaniel Sulupo. He's currently in fourth at the moment, Nathaniel. And the shot put, here you go. This is lovely. Technically proficient, aesthetically pleasing in the eye. As is this man right here, the way for such a solid chunk of humanity. He has the ability to pirouette across the throwing circle and then launch orb. But now he's like, right, give me something here.
He wants the crowd support.
And what Tom wants, Tom generally gets.
Let's see what he can do with this.
Shot misses it behind the ear.
Well, the claps were good.
So, he's just got to get himself in sync with that there. That's probably not going to trouble 20. Might just sort of fringe into it. He just knew straight away as well. 1993 for Tom Walsh, but he still has the advantage at the moment in the men's shot put over Jack O'Gill.
He was saying to me last weekend at the ITM just how grateful he is that he can go to the World Indoors on the plane tomorrow and then come home, because otherwise looking likely 6 months away from home. Just great to be able to come home, get another block in before he heads away to the States and then on to Europe.
I was going to say, when Tom Walsh arrives at your house for a training session, as I guess one of the people who has to supply the food for said guests, do you start to tremble slightly at the knees? Does your credit card say, no, I can't take any more? Sarah Kelly Ross?
Well, I tell you what, it's lucky we've got a freezer full of meat. And we've got some cows to sort of have some home kill as well. But Tom Walsh's parents have sent up a lamb before as thanks.
Oh, that's how Canterbury's that. How Canterbury is that?
Isn't it? But we love having him. He's a great role model for New Zealand, but my kids in particular love a good wrestle with the big
I was
fella.
about to say, I could see him being a very, very big cuddly uncle type figure.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
no, he's great.
Well, he is. He's a great personality. We talk about, the charisma, and we saw that a little bit with your interview with Idiosai and Ketia. He was well fizzing at the bung as well earlier
goodness,
today.
I couldn't keep up with him. All of a sudden, my mind was going as fast as he was talking.
You see Nick Palmer. Nick Palmer in the third spot. There's Hamish Kerr, and I can tell you that the bar has gone up to 2 metres 20 in the high jump.
Sorry, Eddie's also a house guest at times, not at the moment, and that's also a good grocery shop.
Here comes Kerr, 220. Oh, just a little clip there. Just a quick look over at Coach. What did I do wrong there? Now let's head back to the hammer. Yorana Taufafo Tafili. That one there into the side of the netting for Yorona. Currently sitting in 8th spot at the moment, so they're just coming off the wee pause in proceedings as they have the break after 3 throws and then reseed, so we will now see them in ranking order. And similar now for the shot put as well. So it is Tom Walsh with the advantage at the moment, 21.38, 21.21 for Jack O'Gill, and then Nick Palmer, 18.07. Hamish Kerr preparing for his second attempt at 2 metres 20. And I noticed there he was just remeasuring out the run up and just moving the tape ever so slightly. Here on the hammer. This is Anna Lynch. Gets that one out. Down the centre of the arc. Currently got a best at the moment, Anna, of 42.70. There he is. How great to see that man really putting himself in the mix of what's quite a really good world high jump scene at the moment. Just making some adjustments to the shoes there. Saw him at the Sir Graham Douglas International. 2:30.
2:30.
Yep.
Yep, tried for 2:34. I like the attempts at 2:34. He was after 2:34 as the automatic qualifier for World Indoors. But he's ranked inside the top 12 for that at the moment.
So here comes. Oh, and another miss. Now, I'm just wondering, is it a breeze thing?
Yeah, just looking at the windsock over there on the high jump area. It does look, it has picked up a little bit.
We just saw the throw of Jennian. He's currently sitting in 6th spot with a best of 45.27. Anna Lynch with the previous throw there. She was 42.68, 2 centimetres behind her best thus far in this competition. So, Hamish Kerr now having to respond to a bit of self-imposed pressure. So, missing twice at 2 metres 20. So, we're now waiting for Tegan Ashley to step in. So, Lexi Maples is currently in 3rd spot at the moment, 56.67. Tegan 8 metres behind that. Here she comes. Pivoting around as they clear that down that left-hand side of the sector. So, just wait for that figure there for Tegan to come up. Got a good smile on her face at least. There's a brief pause at the moment down at the high jump, also at the shot put as well. They've been through 3 throws, so they too are getting themselves ready for their 4th rotation. So what we see there is obviously we then go from lowest to highest. So you will see Ryan Palmer, Jacko Gill and Tom Walsh completing the rotation. Here is Tony Shepherd-Oates. 54.16, currently has her in 4th spot, so she's 2.5 metres behind Lexi Maples.
Oh, just puts the hand out the front of the circle. Couldn't quite hold that throw in.
So it's around. So Lexi will be next in. Hamish Kerr, we can see him preparing for that 3rd and final attempt at 22.20 in the background there.
He's asked for support. You can see Keely O'Hagan over there, training partner. She's willing him on, as are all those that do have access to the stadium. Let's go, Hamish.
There he is.
Oh,
and he's missed. Not happy.
Not happy.
Not happy at all. He will claim the national championship, but it is fair to say that that is a real disappointment for Hamish Kerr. He made a comfortable clearance at 2.15, but then misses 3 times at 2.20.
It's a much more aggressive run up there by Hamish. Did look like it was over the bar and he just clipped it at the last minute, so...
Really nice to see, though. We haven't seen, as we've just watched Lexi there with her next throw, and it'll be Lauren Bruce to step in next. Hamish Kerr, even though he's disappointed, he's gone over and just gone around and shook the hands of the officials who were there at the bar, now just having a good chinwag with a couple of them over there. So, lovely to see. Clearly disappointed that he hasn't achieved what he would have liked to have achieved today, but it's taking the time to go and thank the volunteers, and there's a whole lot of them here. Some of them have obviously been in track and field for a fair while. There are others who have competed at the age groups over the first 2 days who have come back to help out. Lauren Bruce walking into the hammer cage at the other end to where we're watching the shot put. That is Nathaniel Sualupo. So Lexi Maples 53.09, can't extend on her at 56.67, but this lady Lauren Bruce, she's got to try and find another 67 centimetres to put her past the 70.1 of Nicole Bradley. She's got that out, down the side. I think she's found it.
And these are the throws that we were seeing in the warm-ups, weren't we?
That was very good throw. This will be interesting to see this one come back through. It's over 70, even when you take that arc in. But is it enough to get past the 70.1 of Nicole Bradley?
That's Nick Palmer just leaving the shot put circle. Local boy, based in Christchurch.
Waiting for this number to come through for Lauren Bruce. Hasn't updated just as of yet. 70.67 and she takes the lead. Lauren Bruce in front by 50. And now it's Nicole Bradley who's got to respond. She walks in as we see Tom Walsh step in as well. He's... And now the reason for the exasperation that you just heard come blaring out of your television screens
I apologise for
from
that,
Sarah
everyone.
Cowley-Ross
I apologise.
was because Tom Walsh had launched it and he just lost that bit of balance. And if he'd stayed in, I think we're talking 22. Now we're seeing Nicole Bradley. That one there short of the 70-metre mark. Interesting, though, Jacko not throwing in the second lot. We went straight from Ryan to Tom.
So skipped around.
There it is. Oh, wowzers. I don't know if it was over 22, but, gee, it would have been high-end 21s.
It was an improvement and much more straight through the shot, and you can see how he's been throwing out to the left. He does want it to go a little bit straighter, and he doesn't want to stay in the circle. He wants to push those boundaries, but please not so far. Thanks, Tom.
Yes. Not only for your own sake, but also for the heart rate of Sarah Cowley-Ross. We are thankful she is a decathlete, so we know she's got pretty good cardiovascular ability.
Not anymore.
Sadly. That was very good. Really good effort. And he's had those sort of ones. He had one when he finished third in Rio. As here we see our next competitor, that's Hugh McLeod-Jones. He had one in Rio as well where he just tumbled forward. And I was lucky enough to speak to him a week after that. Just remember asking him, what do you reckon that one would have been if they'd put the measure on it? And he said, I'm not 100% sure, but I think the colour of our medal might have changed. So they know when they get that good one. You could see the disappointment and why he was battling so hard to try and maintain his balance. That was 11.87, by the way, for Hugh McLeod-Jones.
Yeah.
So it's...
When he is really pushing it in terms of being able to throw as far out the front as possible, it does come with a risk. High risk, high reward, but you've got to say, stay in the circle. That is the rules.
But that is the thing about these athletes, and as I say, when you look at them, they are big athletes, but in terms of their wonderful balance that they've got, just because they're sponsored by the good team at Apple Press, but it's the balance and the movement. And again, I encourage you, when you see these great shots that our crew here from the Stream Shop are providing for us as part of the coverage here for Sky Sport Next, just watch the feet of some of these big men and how quickly they're able to pirouette and spin. It is Nathaniel Sualupo. And you see as he nestles that shot right in behind the neck. Just watch the feet. Bang, bang. Good throw by Nathaniel. He's just trying to get himself, trying to improve enough to And dig that man out of third spot. Here we see the 400-metre medal ceremony. There's Cameron Smart.
Great run by Cameron Smart.
Isabel Neal, I should say, went out really hard and pushed. She gets silver, but my goodness, Rosie Elliott, some effort. A nice round of applause too for Rosie, because that was a pretty extraordinary performance by her. Nick Palmer. Is that one out? He's wearing the one black shoe, one white shoe, a little fashion statement. He's overstepped that one. Still maintains third spot. And again, we go straight to Tom Walsh. So, Jacko Gill sitting down there. I hope that's nothing too serious. Here's Tom.
Round 5.
2 more throws left. He just knows he's right on the edge. He just knows he's right on the edge of everything that he wants to have clicking, from the time that he starts his movement all the way with that energy bursting up through the body and basically finishing right at the end of his fingertips. Just fell back ever so slightly there on the point of delivery.
Trying to stay in, and the compromise of that is coming off the shot just slightly.
Be interested to see why we're not getting to see Jacko Gill, but just great to see Jacko here and throwing well. Started off 21-21.
Wonderful to see Jacko competing. That was 20.87 for Tom on that throw.
20.87.
Back to the hammer.
Well, so here we see Danny Shepherd Oates.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, again, and we heard that. Said it when we had Terry Lomax, who joined us to provide a bit of commentary throughout the under-18s and under-20s. As the hammer is caught up there in the side of the cage. That's the real challenge, is you controlling the implement, not letting the implement control you.
Great. Great Terry Lomax quote, that.
So we now just work our way through. We really are looking for Lexi Maples, who's currently in third place in the hammer. We really are just waiting for Nick Palmer and Tom Walsh. It is, as I say, just awesome to see the return of Jacko Gill, making his season first appearance of the season at the National Championships. So just a wee bit of a break in proceedings down by the hammer throw as they extricate one of the implements. These are your standings at the moment. Lauren Bruce responding 70.67. Nicole Bradley 3 centimetres on top of her previous personal best now. Over 70 metres again, 70.1. There we see our para athletes, I think it is, in the discus. Miriam Jenkins and Shannon Murphy. Nathaniel Solupo. Looks like he's going to finish in 4th. Here's Nick Palmer. He's got a bronze medal locked in at the moment, is Nick. Also got some relays coming up as well, and then of course we finish with what will be 2 very good 5K events. Lauren Nagel, good to see her in action. Great stories as well. Laura, if you get an opportunity online, newsroom piece by her, on her. Got that right? Newsroom? Was newsroom?
Yes, it was. I wrote it, actually.
That's the reason why I know. I just thought I'd better double check there for a minute. I thought, gee, if I'm sending them to the wrong website.
Yeah, locker room. Like and follow on social media. I'll be happy with that too. Thanks.
Okay. Better get it right because I don't want to get a.
You don't want
I don't want to get a
Suzanne
test from
McFadden running
Suzanne
you.
McFadden. I do not want to get offside with the doyen.
The Queen. Here we have him.
Right. Here's Tom Walsh. What's he got for us? One last one. Can he link it all together?
Just go, Tommy. Yes.
Yep, he can. He likes that. There's the fist pump.
Stayed in.
Gets the nice
Long
round of
out the
applause.
front. He's happy with it.
Let's see what the mark is. Nick Palmer's got a line for him as well.
There's no doubt some sort of bet on that between Nick Palmer and Tom.
Yeah, you saw 21.55. So that's his best of the day. 21.55 for Tom Walsh. Rack up another national title for the pride of Timaru.
Well, that's a solid outing for Tom. I thought that was going to be further, actually, that last one. But good to see him getting after it, responding to the competition. And we wish him and Jacko all the best for World Indoor Championships coming up.
So that is a 13th successive national title for
Not bad.
T. Walsh.
Not bad.
Canterbury. So great to see Jacko. It was his first competition for Jacko since competing in Italy in August last year. On that day, he threw 21.20, so he comes out with 21.20 as well. Well, as this hammer competition continues to beaver away, not too far away from Lauren Bruce stepping in again for the penultimate time. Probably just look to see if we can take this Lauren Bruce throw first before we go down to Rosie Elliott, who is standing by with Hayden Shearman. We'll get to him very, very shortly there, as we just wait for this throw from Lauren Bruce, who currently leads the women's hammer at the moment. She responded really nicely to the challenge of Nicole Bradley. Now can she reach deep? She was throwing really nicely in warm-ups. Got the lead back. Oh,
there we go.
Sent! That's another good one. It's another really good one.
Well, after a shaky start, she's found her rhythm now.
Well,
great to see.
While we wait for that mark to come through, let's head down to Hayden Shearman with a lady who's pulled some big shifts today. She's won a silver and she's won a gold. Let's go down to Hayden Shearman with Rosie Elliott.
All right, I'm here with a woman who's peeled herself off the pavement finally after running a 400 metres, massive personal best, and your first national title ever. First gold medal. Rosie Elliott, congratulations on the win in the 400.
Thank you very much. It was definitely a struggle. It's a bit windy out there today, well, this afternoon.
I heard you say it was close to a near-death experience. Tell me about that last 100 metres.
Yeah, that was definitely the closest I've ever come to death. There were all kinds of pain coming down that home straight with whoops.
Yeah, the 4x1 gets away, so we'll cut to shots of this. Well, in the interview, so that was pretty tough in the last 100.
Well, Izzy Neal and Cameron Smart both ran phenomenal races. Their first, I was going to say first 200s, but actually their entire race was amazing. And just having them there with me along that last 150, and particularly Izzy down that last 100 was just it was such a challenge, but the kind of competitiveness that we love.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now talk us through, these are some of your training mates here coming in for the 4x1.
Well, we've got my track mum, Helena Dennison, who's just about to win the 4x1 for Canterbury.
Epic.
And
just ahead of Mariah Ranui, Waikato Bay Plenty in second.
And I believe Anna Percy would have been running in third, my training partner.
Yeah.
And Jordan Blake in second, who also just ran the 400, so good on her because I actually used the 400 as my excuse not to run the 4x1. And Hannah Maloney was running in first, so pretty speedy wee team, obviously. They just won.
Most people would take the 4x1 over the 400. So what sparked this reinventing of yourself into a 400-metre runner?
Well, I think it was probably about 2.5 weeks ago now, I ran a pretty speedy 300 time trial. I think it was the Thursday before Sir Graham Douglas, or maybe the Tuesday, I'm not sure. So yeah, 4 days before Sir Graham Douglas, I sort of thought, that was pretty quick. Might as well just enter the 400 at Nationals and see how that goes. But of course wasn't willing to give up the 1 and the 2 as well, because obviously those have been going really well this season. And here we are, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 4, all in one weekend.
Awesome. Let's talk about the 200. How are you feeling? Can you get another medal?
I really hope so. I'm actually feeling much better than I was after the 400 at Sir Graham Douglas. The recovery feels much quicker this time around. So yeah, I have every faith that I will be ready to run a smashing 200 tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, there you go. Rosie Elliott, 2 out of 3 so far in the weekend, and one big one to come in the 200 tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hayden Sherman. We can also tell you as well, the measurement came in for that Lauren Bruce throw that we took prior to throwing down to Hayden and Rosie. The measurement, 73 metres, 34 centimetres.
Boom.
So just giving herself a nice little breathing space. Okay. Let's have a look. This is the replay once again.
Bear in mind her national record is 74.61.
There you go, right down and trying to gauge it with regards. We knew it was north of 70, but
she loves
73.34. Well, and it's a circle that produces national records. As I say, we saw that with her and Julia last year with their duel. Cole Bradley, by the way, now in second spot. She is her 5th attempt was into the side. So we're in the final round now of the women's hammer throw. We've still got to come the 5,000 metres, which will conclude our action for the day. Now here is the long jump. They're getting warmed up over there for that as well. And you see the senior long jump. Jamie Kearns, Jack Moran, Lewis Arthur, Felix McDonald, Max Atwell, Jamie Sandlins, Kurt Sweeney. It's Matt Atwell. Normally a combined event, but not doing the decathlon on this occasion.
Yeah, Max actually ruptured his Achilles last year at these championships in the pole vault. So he's had it operated on. He's doing well to get back to competing, and apparently he's going to do a decathlon. Potentially if he gets selected for Oceania Champs. So great to see him back out here.
Yeah, another one of the great talented multi-eventers out of that Canterbury system. So final throws now for our athletes in the senior women's hammer. Throwing the 4K implement. It is Lauren Bruce now with the lead after that wonderful throw. That man on your screen there, that's Jamie Kearns. New addition to the senior ranks, having moved up from junior just recently. Saw him competing in the triple jump.
Not getting that much, unless he pees out of his ass, and he'll be very brown.
So here's a good jump by Jamie to get things underway. Here is Tegan Ashley. The two Otago competitors. Tegan currently in 5th spot at the moment. It's a low line drive down the middle as well. And she walks out the front, doesn't like it. And straight away it's not going to improve on her 48.32. So 5th at the moment. Big throw coming up for her Otago teammate right there, and only Shepherd Oates. She's a 2.5 metres behind Lexi Maples in 4th spot at the moment. She can find a little something. That will be... He's got 4 throwers to go. So it's going to be interesting. Well, we're going to quickly head down and catch up with Hayden Sherman, who is, it's fair to say, positively being dwarfed at the moment by his guests as we head down and chat with New Zealand's leading exponents of the shot put. Here's Hayden with Jacko and Tom.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here I have Tom Walsh and Jacko Gill finally back in the circle together for the summer. So it's been so exciting seeing you guys open up today. Now, Jacko, let's start with you because you put yourself in the lead first throw of the season. How did that one feel? And welcome back to the throwing circle.
Thank you. I felt pretty good. A little bit off the fingers, but it was a pretty good start, yeah.
Yeah, and so set out a couple of later rounds. Is that just to preserve the body for World Indoors?
Yeah, just felt a little bit of my hamstring, felt a little bit, so I couldn't turn with a few drills, and just couldn't turn, so decided to sit out. If I could have thrown a little, so pretty sad.
Well, hopefully that comes right and you can get some rest under your belt before you head over to World Indoors. And Tom, big last throw.
Yeah, it was getting closer to what I want. Started to feel a little bit of that freedom that we've talked about that I like. So, definitely a step up, and not what I wanted, but it's right direction still.
And there was a throw in there that flew out a long way, and I was getting all excited, and then I saw that you'd pushed yourself out the front. How'd that one feel?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a bit of a lazy foul too, you always tell young kids not to watch the shot, and I watched the shot land. I was like, oh shit, now I'm out of the circle. So, we've all done that, haven't we, Jacko? So, yeah.
Yeah, cool. And how does it feel? You've been sort of, not on your own, you've had the other boys with you, but some more company up in the 20s and 21s this time. Good to have Jacko back.
Yeah, look, as I've said all season, I'd love for Jacko to be throwing it every comp together because I feel like it's good for both of us. Obviously, Jacko wasn't quite ready for the early ones, but it's always much better when Jacko's here throwing against me, and hopefully I'm the same for Jacko. Maybe you can ask him about that.
Now, we've seen the Americans dropping a few bombs indoors. How are we going to take the Kiwi contingent over to World Indoors and dominate?
I think, Jacko, that throwing indoors is always about a metre further. You just get a metre from throwing indoors, so it's not really that scary what they've been throwing.
Headwind today too. Real strong headwind for the shot put today.
Yeah, all about those aerodynamics. Yeah. Well, wishing you guys all the best. We've totally got your backs. It's been awesome seeing Tom all season long, and great to see you finally, Jacko. So go well over there, and all the best for the rest of the year.
Good ass. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Back to you, Nigel and Sarah.
Yeah, great to hear those two guys. Great to see the smile. Tom just making up for lost time by giving Jacko a bit of stick there too. But tell you what we've seen is Lauren Bruce respond really nicely to the challenge laid down by Nicole Bradley. Bradley's 70.1. He responded with 73.34. Lauren Bruce. We'll wait and see what the measurement of her final throw is. She has been very impressive. So just waiting to see. And 72-28. So a great response, a nice final set of throws from Lauren Bruce. And now Nicole Bradley, the only one who can take that away from her, but Nicole's got to find an extra 3 metres 25 on top of her new personal best, which she achieved with her first throw. So Nicole Bradley, there we see Kurt Sweeney preparing for his next jump in the long jump, but Nicole Bradley is heading into the hammer cage. She is your final competitor. This is the last opportunity. She's got to do something really special on a day where we've seen lots of special things. She's going to throw it further than she ever has before. I tell you what, she's given it a decent old nudge there. I don't know if it's going to be enough for 73.34. But, gee, I tell you what, she's in the realm.
She's in the realm.
That should be another PB as well for Nicole.
Oh, I hope so for Nicole. She's just been battling away, staying in the sport, has this big breakthrough, and now she's got the possibility of making a senior New Zealand representative team later in the year.
Well, let's just have a look at what that is. Her personal best, as I said, she set it in her first throw. Oh, she's increased it again. 70.45. 70, so she's added another 35 centimetres. So it'll be silver for Nicole Bradley. And that elusive hammer throw national title has been secured for Lauren Bruce.
Yes, congratulations to Lauren Bruce and her team. Great for her to capture that national title today. She said to me she was an Olympian, but she hadn't got the national title yet. Well, now she's done it. So great job out there.
So, and great work as well by Nicole Bradley with the silver. As I said, opened up with the 70.1, and now in her final throw, where she needed to try and deliver something big to try and pull off that victory, she has extended her personal best by another 35 centimetres, 70 metres and 45 centimetres for Nicole Bradley, but that will be good enough for second. Lexi Maples, by the way, another Cantabrian. She takes out the bronze. So it's been a very, very good afternoon for Canterbury. Here we see over at the long jump. It's Jackson Woolley competing. Now, just while we've got a moment here, I will also give you too the final standings at the end of day one of the decathlon. And I can tell you that Aaron Booth leads 3,948 points. He is ahead, and comfortably so, of Ethan Phillips of Auckland, who has 3,212 points. Ethan only slightly ahead, though, of Matthew Wyatt, who's on 3,196. And Nick Fee is just hanging in there, 3,065 points for Nick. Then we go to Max Teoroa, 2,930 points. Josh Woodhead, 2,748. And then we've got Matthew Orkamp, 1,897. And the big one there for Matthew, who I think you would have expected to be a little bit further up, not registering in the high jump. And then he has just decided to sit out the last two events, so that is a shame. Also, we lost Jack Henry as well after the long jump earlier. So just the 6 competitors at the moment as we get ourselves ready now for the 4x100 metre senior men's relay. And of course, leading up to one of the feature events of the day, the only thing that is stopping Hayden Sherman heading away to the pub early, and that is the 5,000 metres. Lauren Nagel, Hayden Wild to start that. So we now wait for the 4x100s. In fact, I think the mere mention of the word 5,000 metres has seen Hayden Sherman come and throw an elbow saying, let me at him. Thanks to the wonderful Sarah Cowley-Ross for her work this afternoon. Look forward to tomorrow. Also as well, we'll see if we can get you too. I know we've been talking a heck of a lot about the decathletes. We'll make sure we can find some information as well about the heptathletes, that trio of competitors, 2 from Canterbury, 1 from Manawatu Wanganui. Trying to get some updated standings for you in that one. Well, that's Maddie Wilson, Alice Taylor and Christina Ryan. As we are looking at that long jump competition at the moment. It's a decent sort of breeze helping them as well, it's fair to say, over on that far side. There is the relay getting underway. There's Jordan Boland, who had the stumble in the 100 and still managed to claim bronze. He's going to hand that over to Tommy Tapuni. Not a bad bloke. Jackson Rogers for Otago, but Tapuni moving very nicely. Mikhail Skorinsky for Australia, for Auckland to take it. Josh Brown Fergus McClay for Otago. Justin Menezes to bring them home. John Herber, who won the 400. Tell you what, Menezes got to get a wriggle on here because Herber's flying down the outside. And Otago.
What a finish there from Gerber. He's had a good day on the track, winning the 400 metres in a really gutsy run, and then just put the afterburners on, got the bat in and said, right, I'm off.
That was a really nice bat and change from McClay to Herber, and he's absolutely barreled over the top there of Justin Menezes. There you see him. So, the time's coming through there as well. We didn't see Canterbury, which is the same. 42.56 for Otago and a 43 dead for Auckland. So Otago with another medal. Trying to get in on it. They can't have all the Cantabs taking home all the golds, they're probably saying. So we watch the long jump still to come. Gee, it's been a really good afternoon. And we have seen...
Oh, what a day of athletics. And we've been talking to a few people. Usually at a national champs, you've got the under-18s, the under-20s, the seniors all competing in the same stadium. But today we've had this opportunity, a really rare opportunity at a national champs to really highlight the senior athletes. These are the athletes that are in their prime, at the top of their game, and really put them in the spotlight. And I think it's been wonderful. And just the way that the athletes have risen to the occasion. A lot of them are just so stoked to be here and not be in COVID isolation. And we've had national records, PBs, and of course just been handing out all sorts of national titles and minor medals as well. So what a day. And this is only day one of the senior national champs. We've got another big day tomorrow.
Yes, we most certainly have. There's Kurt Sweeney of Waikato Bar Plenty on the runway for the men's long jump. We are going to take a very short break here as we head towards the end of day 3 of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships on Sky Sport Next. Still to come, the 5K. Back shortly.
We're proud of our country, mountains and streams. Our Jennian culture, our nation, our team.
Partnering with people who share your values is important. To achieve gold medals, you've got to put the hard yards in. The Jennian team share that pursuit of excellence, giving their best every day. And they get the results. Well done on 40 years, Jennian. Thanks for being the team behind the NZ team.
The Hits Live Free is back. Listen out for the key songs weekdays on The Hits. Hear it, call, and go in the draw to win one of 5 keys that could unlock The Hits Live Free Safe. 1 year, no rent, no mortgage. The Hits.
Clinicians thinks the way your body works is fascinating. Look at what happens when you breathe. Your lungs are constantly bringing in fresh air, catching oxygen to power your body and getting rid of carbon dioxide. But in winter, our lungs may need added support. So we've created Prospan Bronchial Syrup. New Zealand's #1 natural bronchial syrup. It contains a unique ivy leaf extract to soothe the throat and help clear the airways, supporting your whole family's health this winter. Clinicians, keep your body working.
Gee, that was good for... As we see the medalists for the men's high jump make their way back out onto the field.
Now, how did Hamish go? I missed, in hunting out interviews and all that, I missed the action down the high jump end. Was it?
It would be, I think, what could be classed by his standards as an incredibly disappointing day. He cleared comfortably at 2 metres 15, however, then had 3 misses at 2:20 after missing the third one. The glasses came off. They were, I wouldn't say thrown, just placed onto the
and
high jump with disappointment. But what we liked was the fact that he was very cool about it and then just went around and was thanking all the volunteers as well. So some real class. We'll hold on to those thoughts, because right now a lady who should be pretty chuffed because she's won her first national title is standing by with Sarah Kelly-Ross.
Well, I'm here with Lauren Bruce, and she's happy, she's emotional, because this really means something to you. The national champion. Explain to me what's going on in your mind right now.
We had one goal for this domestic season, and it was to win the national title and do it the right way. So that meant throwing far to win, and we went out there and did both today, which is incredible. And also along the way got my qualifier for World Champs, which has kind of been in the back of my mind all season. So to get that all ticked off, and obviously another Com Games A qualifier, and I think that pretty much guarantees me selection into the team. Amazing.
Amazing. 73 metres. You knew you had to throw well, because Nicole Bradley, she came out hot. How great to see another 70-metre thrower. She was leading for the first few rounds of the competition, but then you really stamped your mark on the field. What was that like in those early rounds?
Yeah, obviously having, like, Julia's not out there today, but having Nicole throwing 70 metres as well was good to have that competition here in New Zealand. And she came out strong and put 70 metres on the board, and I was trailing into the last 3 rounds, which puts you in a tricky position because you're waiting to see what she throws after me, so you're kind of waiting to see what she'll come out and throw. So I knew I had to come out and get a big one on the board, but also knowing full well that I did that round 5, she could come out and throw further again. So I had to really go for her in round 6 as well. So I backed it up with a 72.28, I think. But epic to have Nicole out there today.
And a great personal best for Nicole as well. Now, last week at the ITM, we talked about your schedule, and it's busy for the year. Now with this in the bank, what does that mean for you in terms of going forward from here?
Yeah, so I'm moving to Melbourne 2 weeks tomorrow to continue working with Dale over there. And then after that, we'll look around mid-May to head overseas, probably looking to Europe, come back for Oceanias, and then we'll have World Champs, book that in, and Com Games to follow up. So, a busy year this year.
Well, you said to me last week you felt like you had some unfinished business. You were an Olympian, but you had not got a national title. So congratulations, Lauren. Outstanding effort today. Great to see you over 73 metres, and all the best for the year. Back to you guys upstairs.
Yeah, she's got every right to be proud, because it's not only just that national title as well, but when you put that kind of pressure on yourself, coming and knowing that you're going to be the athlete everyone's going to be gunning for, and then to deliver, and to deliver as well that, a qualifying standard in the mix. And, after, again, that slow sort of start, but then sort of have throws, 70s, 73s, 72s, and just deliver upon what you've really sort of promised yourself. That's absolutely huge. So, wonderful performance by Lauren Bruce. And we've got to say again, you've got to mention in the same breath too, what Nicole Bradley has done today, because she came out, started at 3 centimetres, and then tacked on another 35 to that. So, we're in good stocks when it comes to hammer throwing at the moment, as we see some of our athletes getting ready for the 5,000 metres.
And I think that is the reason why it meant so much to Lauren Bruce, is she's sharing the throwing circle with 2 of New Zealand's best ever hammer throwers. And so it's kind of like being a 100-metre sprinter in the era of Usain Bolt. It's hard to win these national titles, and I think what Lauren just said there underlies the importance of this weekend for all of our athletes here. Going to Olympics is awesome, but winning a national title is right up there as well. And so well done, Lauren. That was a very exciting competition. And I'm gonna say, like, the day so far has really been highlighted by the women's performances across the board in the field, on the track. It's been a really wonderful display of female athletics, and so hands out to all those girls who have put on a wonderful show and really turned up today to post national records. And now we move over to a bunch of very speedy women to run 12.5 laps of Mitre 10 Sports Park. You can see there Laura Nagel just hopping up and down. She's a local. She knows this track better than most people on the planet. She would have done probably more laps than most people on the planet of this particular track. The other girl, who's also a local, Eva Goodison, on screen there, the tall figure wearing number 409. She's a well-performed triathlete, but she's also run very well. She's won the New Zealand Cross Country Challenge, which was the 2020 edition of the cross country. And there we have the start list.
So as you see, Eva Pringle of Canterbury, Eva Goodison, who you've just heard referred to there. Bridget Dennehy, she's an Irish runner, training partner of Laura, part of a group, and this is their name, not mine, for those woke folk out there. It's part of the Bay Babes. And also Nicole Vanderkay. She was a triathlete at the Tokyo Olympics. She doesn't have a 5,000 time, but trust me, she'll be all right. She'll make the distance, no worries there.
Yeah, she looked actually really good in the 3,000 metre champs held here 6 weeks ago. But she will have her work cut out to keep up with Laura Nagel, and it's going to be very interesting to see how Laura plays this. She's got the fastest personal best easily amongst these women, running 15:42, and that was a few years ago, but she's been posting PBs in all the other distances, 1,500 mile, so she has the speed, but she will also be aware that she's got a 1,500 tomorrow to run.
Yeah, well, that personal best actually dates back to 2013. As I say, Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's just left our commentary for the day, writing a really great article for the locker room, and if you do get the chance to read it, about Laura and some of her setbacks and the fact that they thought maybe she was never going to be able to run again at all, now being in just absolute career best form. And she is just sitting behind her Bay's Babe training partner. So that is Bridget Dennehy, who's just leading them out. Actually, no, it's Eva Goodison, I should say, who's leading them out comfortably just at the moment. Yeah,
fellow Hawke's Bay native. And, that article was very interesting. So Laura got into running she was just, I don't know, a bit bored, wanting to improve her health at home, thought, why don't I do a little lap of the family orchard? So went out and did a little jog around the orchard, and then did a few more laps the next day, and then soon found herself breaking her school's 3,000 metre record by a minute, which is a fair whack. So soon discovered a knack for this running thing and went over to the States. But then, came back and dealt with some big health issues, and now she's aged 30 and is running better than she ever has, and just got those health issues. She's actually a coach, so her and Lydia O'Donnell run a coaching organisation called FEMI, and specialising in coaching for female runners, and they're doing wonderful work, because as a coach myself, it is there are complexities when dealing with the female body that you don't encounter so much with the male body. So really cool to see her giving back to the sport as well.
So at the moment, Laura just sitting in second spot at the moment. It's still Eva Goodison of Hawke's Bay Gisborne, just continues to pace them. Big effort there in the long jump. So, as I say, some great long-form writing still floating around. If you do have the interest in track and field, we mentioned as well that article about the judge that DQ'd Jane Saville. That's a wonderful piece of the Sydney Morning Herald. The piece about the pacemaker for Peter Snell's 800 metres record at Lancaster Park all those many years ago, as there's another national championship gold medal for Tom Walsh. Jacko Gill second and Nick Palmer bronze. That is really good just to see Jacko back in the mix.
So
a little bit disconcerting, though, about that little tightening sort of there.
Hopefully,
so hopefully nothing too serious.
So Eva continues to lead this race, and this will give us a good indication of the pace as they come through 1K. So 3:16 as we swap over to the long jump quickly. So 3:16 for the first K. So that's reasonably quick. So you're looking around about 16:10, 16:20, I should say, for the 5K. So that will be testing a few of these ladies who... like I'm looking at Eva Pringle's PB set a few weeks ago, 16:52. So she's just a 20-year-old coming up into the senior ranks. Laura Nagel's got that 15:42 to her name. Bridget Dennehy, this will be in uncharted territory. Her best is 17:46. So hopefully moving her into the 16s. And Nicole, as a triathlete, you'd be used to getting out nice and quick. So this is cool to see. 2 triathletes bookending the 3 runners.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? I mean, when we see the next race, we can call him a triathlete, but look, and obviously he is because he's a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, but this guy's going for a 3-peat in Hayden Wild, so aka the weapon, he'll be absolutely fizzing. Yes, be interested to see what old Julian Oakley has to say about that one. And also, nice too, we'll get to actually see Will Anthony competing, and Will is an 18-year-old athlete, but he's also set a qualifier for the under-20 World Championships in Cali later on this year. As Eva Goodison just continues to pace them along nice and steadily.
Yeah, I wonder if Laura's had a little chat to her beforehand, like, look, I'll shout your dinner if you just take the lead for, I don't know, 11 laps or so, something like that. This is a nice little train. It almost looks like they're out there tempoing it, setting it up on the track, setting a good little pace, and maybe Eva just easing off the pace a little bit there, going a bit wider.
Now we do have 6 competitors in this particular event, so you've got the 5 that you've got on screen. There's also Aisha Shafi of Wellington. She's probably around about half a lap down at the moment. So as we see our quintet of leaders going through the top bend. So we're just coming onto the back straight now is Aisha. Oh, here comes Nicole Vanderkay, just making a wee bit of a move, just wanting to slot up in the running line there and behind Laura Nagel.
Yeah, Eva Pringle just allowing a little space, that bungee cord just stretching a little bit, so Nicole spotting that good race awareness and just moves in to keep the train together. You don't want that train to decouple and leave some of the carriages behind.
Well, it is just starting to stretch out a little bit there as we just see a bit of a gap now, starting to just see Bridget Dennehy and Eva Pringle just slide back a touch.
Yeah, I like this from Eva. This is just go to the front, set the tempo, and maybe just rely on the fact that I reckon I can drop those 2. And so far, so good. If she can even this out to a battle of just 3 athletes, you're probably going to give Laura the win, but maybe you can book yourself a medal in those first few kilometres by just getting out nice and strong.
Eva Goodison won the New Zealand Cross Challenge in 2020. So we've got, again, another one known as a triathlete, the 23-year-old. You've got Nicole Vanderkay, a very well-performed triathlete, and then Laura Nagel sort of carrying quite a bit of expectation.
Yeah, it's
the
good.
5,000, and as you say, talking about maybe doing the double. Going to hang in there doing the double tomorrow.
And it's really cool to see the triathletes mix it up on the track. You know, you often see them on the road and in cross country, but it's really important that they learn to run hard and run fast, and also to kick. Obviously, triathlon over the last 10 years has just revolutionized in terms of the ability you need in the run component, and it does often turn into a run with a little warm up in the swim and the bike, and really lays it down in that last 10k. So good to see our triathletes being willing to come onto the track and mix it with the runners, and so far so good. We've got 2 triathletes there, 2 runners.
Keeping an eye there on Laura Nagel. So there might be a few people as well just wondering where Camille Buscombe is. Of course, Camille this time last year, she went 8:15 and 5 in her campaign, 800 metres, 1,500 metres and a 5,000 metres. But Camille is taking some time off running at the moment. She is expecting a child.
Yeah, cool to see. Two of our elite middle distance runners, Camille and Angie, expecting. So
there is your 100 metres sprint champion for 2022 at your site in Kitia.
Well worth the trip over the Tasman. Definitely worth coming. Push Tian all the way to the limit and beyond, it seems.
Fortunately, a little hamstring issue there for Tian Velpton. He still finished 6th, sort of pulling up with about 20 metres to go, sort of clutching at the back of the leg.
And I had a chat to Tian, and he said that it's not too bad. He should be good to go. I think that was James Sanderlands in the long jump. And apologies that we're not getting results fed through for that. We'll do our best to try and get something through. But yeah, Tian is pretty confident he should be good to go in a couple of weeks over in Aussie.
Our quintet is now a quartet at the front of this women's 5,000 metre senior final. It is Eva Goodison, Hawke's Bay Gisborne, leading them out as she has done. And the glasses directly behind her. She's wearing the North Harbour colours, but very much a Hawke's Bay girl. That is Laura Nagel. Then Nicole Vanderkay, New Zealand triathlete, Tokyo Olympian. And Bridget Dennehy, she's just hanging on nicely at the back there. This will really start to stretch, and there's just, again, just see that little bit of detachment every once in a while.
Yeah, it's great pace set here as we see Jack Bryan, one of our local athletes, in the long jump with that nice friendly tailwind blowing them home, which these athletes will be enjoying on the home straight. Now, they're coming up to 3K here, so we'll get a good idea of the pace that they're clicking along, and it's just a tick over 10 minutes, so 10:02. So slowed down a little bit from their first K running through in 3:16, and then they went through 2K with a 3:21 split for that K, and that one there was 3:25. So certainly slowing up a bit, but you'd expect that getting into the tougher stages of this race, and I'm sure Laura's just thinking, I've got a 1,500 tomorrow. There's no need for me to burn all my matches this early in the weekend.
Well, she has been in good form as well in that 1,500. She's lowered her PB a couple of times this year, also seen a personal best in the mile as well. That's the lady sitting in second spot at the moment. And just looking really calm and relaxed. Really seems in good control. Vanderkay as well, looking comfortable too. The blue singlet.
Bridget Dennehy doing really well to stick to these girls, running well beyond her personal best. But we know she's better than that 17:46. She got third at this ground in the 3,000 metre champs back in January. So she's got a bronze medal this season already, and she'd love to add another medal to that collection and hang them on the wall.
I saw Nagel there just have a wee look out. I was wondering if she was considering a move there for a moment, but might have been just sighting as we come up to one of our lapped runners, or to be lapped runners. That is the 6th member of this particular race, who is Aisha Shafi of Wellington. As we head back over to the long jump.
Lewis Arthur getting those legs moving, reaching up for the sky. And that angle is a little bit deceptive. It looked like it might be up towards the 8 metre mark, but it catches the red flag regardless.
So there you see our leaders on the 4th to last lap. Goodison, she's still looking pretty comfortable. Nagel really looking like she's just out for a Sunday morning jog. She looks so relaxed.
This is very
Vanderkay in behind as well.
Very reminiscent of the 10,000 metre senior women's race walk this morning, where we saw the two Cantabrians just tempoing it out in the train. But just as I say that, it breaks up. Laura looks over, says, "Thanks, that's my shout tonight. I will take it from here." And so we've got, it's what are we on? 3 and a bit laps to go.
And just you see a noticeable upping of the tempo, lengthening of the stride from Laura Nagel, and she just looks so relaxed. And we'll see whether that trio chasing behind her are able to stay as a bit of a group. Goodison. So,
yeah, good decisive move there from Laura, just to put it beyond doubt, and just to open things up, she sensed that things were slowing from that 3:16 early pace down to a 3:25 in the most recent kilometre. So she said, look, I can handle a little bit quicker than this. So she's going to come up here to 4K, and that will mean it's just 1 kilometre to go.
So Laura Nagel, favoured for this event, currently pacing them along at the front. I can confirm as well that it is Hayden Wild and not Hamish Wild who will be competing this afternoon. We've just seen the Olympic bronze medalist in triathlon roll past us and down towards the track.
But if Hamish Wild is here, I wouldn't mind seeing how he goes in a 5,000 metre as well. That's his older brother is Hamish Wild, Hamish and Hayden. And as a Hayden myself, I can confirm you get called Hamish all the time.
So here comes Laura Nagel. Lovely, relaxed running style. That trio in behind, if they keep pace together, that could make for a very spicy last lap. So Nagel with 800 metres to go. So they go through just here over 14 minutes. Then it's Goodison, then Van der Kay. Then it goes back to Dennehy. And then there's quite a big break back to Eva Pringle and Aisha Shafi.
So wonderful just how relaxed Laura is looking, really calm. And you can see there that good heel lift. Often it's one of the clues to how a runner's feeling, how they're moving, by how high that heel recovery is. It's right up towards the backside where you see the others just getting a little bit more laboured. That cadence dropping, that knee drive dropping. So Laura's looking strong. And as we expected, the 3,000 metre champ, the mile champ, is very likely to become the 5,000 metre champ.
Well, she's got a good advantage at the moment as she comes down. She's just got over 500 metres to go. It's interesting that Goodison and Van der Kay have just started to drop Dennehy. And so there you see Nagel, who's just moving along really nicely at the moment. So she's got a personal best dating back to 2013 of 15:42. She's not going to challenge that, but this is still a really nice run by Laura Nagel. Now Goodison's managed to get a little bit of space on Van der Kay and Dennehy. Does she have a little something? So as you see, positions 2, 3 and 4 disappear out of frame. It is Laura Nagel. That lovely running style. Up the tempo a wee bit. Goodison still maintaining second. And now Dennehy. Dennehy puts on a bit of a spurt and goes past Van der Kay.
Yeah, good recovery there from Bridget, just really pulling back. She's got that bronze medal from the 3,000 metres at this ground, but it is all about Laura Nagel. You can see on your screens that huge gap that she's opened up probably a kilometre ago, and she's just continued to pull away with that wonderful style that you talked about, Nigel. Here she'll come round to take a look at what will be another New Zealand title for her summer.
Well, she comes in, everyone expects to win. There's always that little bit of pressure, but you can see the reason why she was the favourite.
Big battle for second behind her too.
Nagel comes down. She's going to win the 3,000. Goodison, Dennehy. Oh, the home crowd just gives her that little bit extra. Eva's going to claim silver. Great from Bridget Dennehy. She'll get the bronze. And now Nicole Van der Kay coming through.
Yeah, well, great reward there, Eva, for leading and taking a lot of the work early in the race to get that silver. And Bridget made her work for it. Boy, that last 100 was pretty electric from those two. But Laura Nagel, she's had just the all-time summer of setting PBs. You know, a lot of these athletes who head off to the States, you expect that's your peak moment. That's the time in college. You've got the coaching support. You're in a dream team of athletes. You've got these world-class competitions to go to. Then you expect when you come back to New Zealand that form might slump, that you might never regain that kind of form. But here she is, 30 years of age, back from injury, back from health complications, and she's setting PBs, claiming national titles.
Here comes Eva Pringle down. She'll finish 5th. Time around 17 minutes 41. These you can confirm Laura Nagel winning that 16 minutes 33.77. Eva Goodison second, 16.39. just from Bridget Dennehy. Vanderkay fourth, Pringle coming through in fifth, and just another lap to go for our final competitor, Aisha Shafi. And then we will prepare for the final event on the track for the day as the senior long jump continues. Still, sadly, not getting the update, so able to give you the distances that we're watching there at the moment, and unfortunately not being able to see the figures being put up on just the manual scoreboards. There we go, 6:22 that last jump. I think that was James Sandilands.
So Max Atwell, he's got a best this summer of 6:88. Better known as a decathlete, but choosing not to participate in the multi-event, maybe just still coming back from that Achilles injury last year.
Yeah, that was Sarah Cowley-Ross explaining that to us. Max has got the plan. He hopes to do a decathlon soon with the target, obviously, of the Oceanias, but you're still working back from that injury we saw last year at National Championships. Here comes Aisha Shafi of Wellington. She's coming down to complete. And all the fellow competitors waiting for her as well at the finish line. Gets a nice round of applause.
Yeah, solid run there. Ticking off that sub-20. It's grueling work when it's solo like that. There's that pretty steady breeze on the back straight.
Over comes Eva. A little rub on the back as well. Nice to see. Now they will move off together.
Yeah, it's great to see the camaraderie between all these athletes. And we've got Sarah Cowley-Ross down there with our winner, Laura Nagel, in the 5,000 metres.
And I've got Laura Nagel here, winner of the women's 5K. Laura, how was that out there today?
I mean, it was pretty good. I was lucky I had Eva basically pacing the first few laps. So it was kind of nice to tuck in behind her. She's a lot taller than me. And just kind of, take it easy and try and win as comfortably as I could. Yeah.
Great to see the triathletes actually out here running the 5K, Ava you mentioned, but also Nicole Vanderkay, who's a Tokyo Olympian in the triathlon. Let's talk about you, though, because this is about your weekend. You've had an incredible season, but tomorrow is a big race, the women's 1500. Did you save a little bit in the legs today for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, that was the plan. I didn't want to kill myself today, but I also wanted to win, so you got to try to find a nice balance there. Hopefully tomorrow goes to plan and it all works out. But, it's a really, really good field. It's awesome to have so many good middle distance female athletes racing. So, yeah, it'll be interesting.
And back here in the Hawke's Bay, in your hometown, how great is it in a track where you've grown up on, your family orchard, not far down the road, to be here running, collecting national titles?
Yeah, I mean, it's my favourite track, so... I mean, you can't ask for much better than that. So, yeah, it's great. Just would be cool if Mum and Dad could be here to watch, but I know they're watching it on Sky Sport, which is great. So, yeah.
And you're part of the Bays Babes, a wonderful running group trying to inspire a new generation of runners. How many of the Bays Babes are lining up tomorrow in the distance running?
Yeah, I think we've got 4 in the 1500, which is cool, and Bridge just finished the 5K too and with a massive PB, so that's been in the works for a while, so it's really awesome to see, so it should be good.
Well, congratulations, Laura, another national title in the 5,000 today, but we'll see her back in action tomorrow in the women's 1500 metres.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah Cowley-Ross. Thank you very much to Laura Nagel, and congratulations, and then you see confirmation of her national title in the women's 5,000 metres. Eva Goodison, Hawke's Bay Gisborne, will claim silver, and a really nice run from Bridget Dennehy, as you heard, North Harbour teammate, part of that training group. Personal best. She comes in third. Nicole Vanderkay, Eva Pringle, and Aisha Shafi.
And here's the final event on the track, the 5,000 metres, senior men's 5,000 metres. So we've got Ronan Lee, Sam Walden, Julian Oakley, Christopher Dryden, William Little, Shogo Watanabe, Cameron Avery, Will Anthony, Thomas Richards, Liam Chesney, Darian Sorori, Hayden Wild, Connor Melton, James Corbett, and Cameron Clark. So it is really comes down to the Hayden Wild battle with Julian Oakley. Now, Julian Oakley owns essentially all of the national titles right now. He's got the 1,500 metre title, the mile title, the 3,000 metre title. He won the New Zealand 10,000 metre challenge, which was downgraded to a challenge rather than a championship because of, I think we're in alert level 3 or 2 at the time. So he is hoping to add the 5,000 metre to that incredible collection. And Hayden Wild is your reigning champ in the 5,000 metres.
And won't be wanting to give it up, that is for sure. Here is the decathlon, and we've got the standings. This is the end of day number 1. So there you see Aaron Booth had wanted to be at least at 4,000 points. He's only 52 out of it, and it represents a pretty good day for Aaron. So I can tell, by the way, it was 51.5 for the 400 there. But a real good battle going on as well between Ethan Phillips and Matthew Wyatt. Only the, 18 points between those two. And Nick Fee, you wouldn't say that Nick's out of it at all as well in 4th spot. It was very disappointing to see Matthew Allcamp, unfortunately, not register a height in the high jump, and a real shame for him. Aaron Booth, of course, giving us all a bit of a scare, with 2 misses at 1.92 before finally clearing and then jumping 1.98.
So coming out onto the podium now is the medalist for the women's hammer, and what a competition that was. That was electric last year, and even without Julia in the mix, it was a stunning competition to watch. Seeing those hammers just fly across the stadium.
And you can see Nicole Bradley, who jumped out through 3 metres further than she'd ever thrown before with a PB of 70.1, and that really put the pressure on Lauren Bruce, who eventually replied 73.34, so ticking several boxes there, including getting back into the lead. There was championship qualifiers, as she said when she was speaking to Sarah Cowley-Ross. She pretty much sorted, you would think, for World Championships, Commonwealth Games, that sort of thing.
I mean, what a force to contend with if those 3 women rock up to a global championship like a Com Games or World Unis. World Champs. In walk the 3 black singlets with the hammers. I mean, so cool, so epic.
Lexi Maples there, by the way, the bronze medalist out of Canterbury. There is Nicole Bradley, who tried to respond to the challenge. She had to go even bigger in her last throw, and under that pressure she delivered 35 centimetres on top of that initial PB, so she's starting to creep her way up as well. But here is Lauren Bruce. She spoke with Sarah Cowley-Ross about how important it was. She had the 1 goal, winning the national championship and doing it right. Well, she absolutely did it right, did Lauren Bruce, and congratulations to her. That gold medal will feel very, very good around that neck of hers. There it is, Nicole on the left, Lexi on the right. Lauren very happy in the middle, and rightfully so. And confirm as well, Sarah Cowley-Ross can confirm if 3 qualify for the Commonwealth Games. Yes, there is an option to send all 3 of those black singlets that Hayden Sherman would like to see walking into a changing room. It is a possibility.
I just want the fight song to come on and the slow motion entry with the hammers swinging, so epic. Now I can do a quick verbal summary. We've finally got some results coming through of the senior men's long jump. I can confirm that Felix McDonald, one of the form athletes of the season, has won that with a 7.56, which he jumped in the 4th round. Now, not too far behind him was a young man out of Auckland, Lewis Arthur, with a 7.51. And then in the bronze medal position, we had Max Atwell. So he, despite having to look on and not take part in that decathlon, will go home with a medal in the long jump.
That's a big PB for Lewis Arthur. That's a big PB. Previously it was 7.30. So that's great work from Lewis. And in terms of personal best for Felix McDonald, he was only about 6 centimetres off. He's got a PB 7.61. So some good jumping there. So, final event of the day. As they pack up from the long jump, they've cleared away the hammer. Shot putters have tidied away all the cones. Discus done and dusted as well. They've removed the bar and pole set up from the high jumps over there as they're wandering past, and now it is just these athletes, 15 of them, to compete over 5 kilometres, 12 and a half laps of this wonderful venue.
Yeah, so they'll go through a few through a few strides, and which is an important little thing to do as any runner, because you've been waiting in the call tent for a while, you've been sitting down. It's a little while between when you do your warm-up and your drills and your strides, and so it's always good to get out on the track and just wake those legs up again as we see the headband of Hayden Wild whiz by the screen. Now, another name that I want to put out there, and this is one everyone should take note of and remember for the future, is that Wellington singlet number 659, Will Anthony, who has been having a great summer. He has posted a World Under-20s qualifier with a 8:04 in the 3,000, I believe. But he's been looking in great form, and cool to see him step up now into the senior men's. So look for him to see if he can keep on the heels of Hayden and Julian. And the other one I'd mention is Connor Melton, that we saw at the Sir Graham Douglas Invitational not too long ago, come in second behind Hayden in the 5,000 metres. So they're probably the 4 athletes we need to keep an eye out, but there's a lot of quality behind them as well, and so we'll see a lot of men dip into the 14s, and potentially we'll see some climb into the 13s as well. It depends how those tactics roll.
What are tactics? Wild generally just goes out and says, come with me. We've seen that on a couple of occasions. Be interesting to see how this is run, though, but good conditions for it as well. The breeze, not too bad. It won't be pleasant running in down that back straight there, as you see them just starting to mull around.
I think by New Zealand standards, you'd take these sorts of wind conditions for a 5,000 metres.
Just got that indication actually in the background there. If you see just above where the athletes are, you can see some of the advertising flags just fluttering away there, giving you a bit of an indication as to the wind strength that they will compete into. Here come some more of
Is this the 100 metres?
Yep, it is.
100 metre para medalists.
Joe Smith there getting the silver medal. Mitch Joint will climb atop with a new national mark as well. And you can hear the announcement coming through as well, talking about the percentage. So 86% of the world record, and that's what they really work off. And the para athletes, great work by those athletes there.
Auckland with the clean sweep. Good para community up in Auckland.
Yeah, very good program.
Hamish Meacham, who often joins us on the mic, he's the community manager of Athletics New Zealand and does some great work with a lot of these sprinters, and also some of the more middle distance athletes as well. So these men are being shown the start line, getting ready to roll. Now that other headband, the black headband, is the other man we need to talk about. So Julian Oakley with a personal best 13:34. He's been more of a miler up until now. Did represent New Zealand in the World Indoors in the 3K, but is adding more mileage, adding more endurance to his training equation. So you'd expect him to be starting to match the unstoppable VO2 max of Hayden Wild, but if it comes down to a sprint, it will probably be Julian's race, but he's also aware that he's racing the 1500 tomorrow, just like Laura was.
So all these wonderful little subplots to the story as we prepare to end a very enjoyable third day of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships. Lovely conditions. We've been treated to some outstanding performances.
I mean, while we wait for the start, we can roll through some of the highlights. We started off with Portia Bing, national record in the 400 hurdles, 55:44. Another Com Games standard, just 0.04 outside the world champ standard. So just incredible running from Portia to kick things off, and then we had the high jump.
Just to finish on Portia, reinforcing that work, isn't she? So again, it's the consistency of these times, and so it's more ranking points, being a national championship. It's another number in and around that sort of mark, and just making that really compelling case that when the selectors sit down and they're thinking about it, it's really hard for them to say, no, she's really showing enough for us maybe that we do send her to certain events. So she's really sort of making it as hard as possible for the selectors to not leave her out.
Absolutely. And I think the other part of that selection criteria that they'll put in there is that she's been doing all these times absolutely solo. No one to help her down that last 100. And if you've ever done a one-lap race, the last 100 is the most pain you'll ever feel potentially out of childbirth. I don't know. I've never experienced that part of it, but it is excruciating, the last 100. I talked to Rosie Elliott, and she said it's the closest I've come to death. And she was on the ground, ice being poured all over her, on the verge of puking out of breakfast. And so it's a brutal race, and to do the times that Portia's been doing solo in the 4 hurdles, just incredible.
We just need to stress as well, Rosie just did the 400 without the hurdles involved. Just throw that into the mix as well, as we're not too far away from the start of the 5K as Hayden Sherman continues his review of what's been a great day 3 here in Hawke's Bay.
Yeah, so the other one shortly after Portia, or while that was going on, was Keely O'Hagan and Imogen having a great old battle in the high jump. Both of them set PBs, and it was Keely on her last attempt at 188, cleared it, massive PB for her, and that was so exciting. Then we saw Tori Peeters set a new New Zealand record in the Javelin with that 62.40.
So McTaggart with a PB. We saw great performances by Zoe and Eddie in the sprints. But now we're underway in the 5K.
Look at all that pushing and shoving. You can see there's some traffic, a lot of hands on shoulders, a lot of elbows going out, and straight to the front. Out of trouble goes Julian Oakley with Hayden Wild tracking him. The 2 headbands, the two Waikato Bay of Plenty boys. You can see Julian just ripping off his wristband and says, I don't want extra weight. I want to make this as easy as possible.
And just the man to keep an eye out. You heard Hayden in his preview talking about Will Anthony. That's the man currently sitting in 3rd at the moment with that qualifier, and Hayden's memory very good. And an 8:04, the qualifying standard mark is an 8:15, so he's well underneath it as well for that under 20 World Championship in Cali later on in the year. But they're not mucking around. And Wild has got to the front, he and Oakley.
Yeah, break in the field, so these 5 are pulling away. So we've got Cameron Avery just tucked in there in 4th place wearing the Canterbury singlet, and behind him his teammate Connor Melton that we talked about earlier. So good quick pace to start things off. What did they go through in about 1:04, 1:05? So Hayden Wild has come here to play. I love it. You called it, Nigel. He knows one way, and that is go out hard and make everyone have to do the chasing. Loving this, and it'll be interesting to see if they share the lead, if Julian comes in and does a bit of the work. Will Anthony just riding nice and close and maybe getting a bit itchy to keep things rolling as well.
There's always that great statement in cricket, see ball, hit ball. Hayden Wild just strikes me as the person, see road, run.
Yeah.
That really just what it seems to be at the moment. Now, Anthony's just gone to the front here, and we've seen him during age group. He's a guy that's obviously soloed run quite a few because he is a very, very impressive young athlete. And it'll be very interesting to see how his racecraft develops now as he moves into the senior grade, because that is something that he does need to be very much aware of as they go through their first 800 metres.
2:09 through the 800, so the pace is electric. We're looking at sort of 13:25 pace, and I think Will Anthony has said, look boys, I'm going to help out, do a bit of pacing here, because I don't want it to be left to a sprint moving up into the senior ranks. I know some of the wheels of these other guys, so let's just whittle the field down nice and early and make sure that it's a tough one. So ladies and gentlemen, we could be strapping ourselves in for a pretty quick time here.
So it's just Oakley coming through. Let's just give it the running order. So Oakley leading, Wild second, Anthony is currently in third spot. Then that is Avery. Cameron Avery's currently sitting in fourth, and the world famous Hayden Sheeman bungee cord just starting to stretch there a little bit for Connor Melton in fifth spot as that quintet quickly becoming a quartet at the front.
Yeah, not necessarily a bad thing if you're struggling to hold that pace, but the trouble for Connor is that he's going to find himself in no man's land with about 60 metres between the two packs. So Julian just keeping on pushing, so they go through 3 laps in 3:15. So pretty even pacing here, and you can see these three have actually come in with a little game plan that Will Anthony's prepared to help out with this pace. Cameron Avery gritting his teeth saying, is this a wise idea? Is this a wise idea to be sticking to these guys? Hayden Wild and Julian looking pretty comfy at this pace.
It's like watching a team pursuit at the cycling velodrome there. You see the lead rider pull up, the other one comes through, they slot back in. But again, we talk about the bungee cord, Will Anthony just losing, getting slightly detached from the back of Julian Oakley.
I mean, they're going fast enough to threaten my 1,500 metre PB, which is probably more saying something about my own running pedigree. But Hayden Wild now pulling away. Now there's a little gap back to Will Anthony, and this becomes another factor where Will might find him and Cam Avery in a bit of no man's land, and they might become a hunted breed with the pack behind them, who will have saved a bit of energy not going out so quickly. But these two pulling away.
There it is, the headbanded brothers. They're doing really nicely at the front. And again, there you see, Wild pulls out. Now it's Oakley's turn to bring them through. Anthony just dropping off a little bit at the moment. So from a quintet to a quartet, and now it's a duo.
So it's 2:44 at 1K. This is coming up to 2K shortly. Oh, what we're 1 lap away. I'm getting it. 200 metres away. Right. So we will get a split shortly.
They're just fair hissing along. That's the thing. It's a really interesting tempo. This is going to be a quite fascinating wee match race, because it does appear as though there have been a few chats about how we're going to sort of do this and push this along. And Oakley always had a really, really lovely running style. So too Wild, and the way they just flow beautifully. Now Oakley to the side, and Wild strides on through as the team pursuit team from Waikato Bay are plenty working really nicely.
So 5:28 at the 2K, so 2:44 for the first K, exactly the same for the next one. So they just keep on tempoing this one out. They set the metronome and they just keep on rolling. So that's looking at a pace of around about 13:40, maybe even getting into the 13:30s once we see a kick come on. But these two doing a great job. That team pursuit, it's a great analogy, great parallel.
So what we've seen now is we've seen the duo from Waikato Bay are plenty break free. Will Anthony is very much running on his own. Will be used to that, given how he was dominating through the age group classes. And then we've got the Cantabrians of Melton and Avery. They've come together to form their own little race squad. And then there's a quartet a wee way back again, and they're trying to do a little bit of work, trying to bridge that gap to the two Cantabrians. It actually features two more people wearing the red and black singlet.
Yeah, Chris Dryden's leading that one. I think he's the bronze medalist from the New Zealand cross-country champs last year in August. But these two are really showing a great display of distance running here, just lapping things out, sitting at 2:44 per K, which if you want to see what that feels like, you can jump on the treadmill, and most treadmills will not be able to go that fast. So that gives you an example of how fast these boys are moving, that most treadmills are built not to handle that sort of pressure.
You've mentioned the phrase VO2 max several times. For those people who may not be familiar with what that phrase means, just while we've got a little bit of time before we really get down to the pointy end of this particular race, explain what VO2 max means.
Yeah, so VO2 max stands for your velocity of your oxygen uptake. So how much oxygen can you process? And we're told that Hayden's VO2 max is through the roof. Now, it's probably higher than someone like Julian, who has the benefit of wonderful running economy, you know, purebred runner. And so you've got the guy, essentially, in the front, you've got the guy with the engine. In the back, you've got the guy with the wheels. And so combining them in a race like this is really fascinating, because you would expect Hayden to really be able to go long and hold a good steady pace. And this moment here is the bit where he's the most strong. So they've just gone through 3K in about 8:12, I believe it was. And that's the part where the guy with the high VO2 max will really show his true colours. And look at that change. Look at that change of pace. Look at that gap forming.
Oakley now has been dropped off. There you see that gap that Wild has managed to create. Now they're really strung out around the field. So Wild with the break, Oakley in second. Then it's a big gap back to Will Anthony, who's in third spot.
I wonder if Julian just said to himself, I'm prepared to give this one to Hayden because I have another mission tomorrow, and that's to reclaim my 1500 metre title. So Hayden looking so strong. He hasn't been able to race the triathlon. We've had triathlons all over the country be cancelled, but this is certainly worth staying fit for. He's looking great, and you can see there, that's the gap. It's about 30 metres now.
Did we not see Hayden Wild run a 1500 recently?
Yes, so he won the mile down at the ITM, it's International Track Meet in Christchurch last weekend. Just edged ahead of Chanel Muir by a point something of a second.
You know the Wilds reasonably well. Is there a chance that the gentleman there in the orange headband with the sunnies, any chance you reckon he might just pop up tomorrow? Would you put it past
be surprised? I imagine he'd want to get his long ride in beforehand. He'll spend 4 hours in the hills around here and then arrive.
This is the thing, and we say it in jest, but it really is just out of the extraordinary respect you've got to have for that man on your screen. He is a Olympic bronze medalist in the triathlon. But when we jokingly call him the weapon, it's because he is. He won a 5,000 metre title a couple of years ago, and he was competing at a triathlon in Kinloch the next morning. So that just
New Plymouth,
sort of shows
to be precise, because I had to do that drive at the same time and commentate.
He might have actually done it doubled up, because I definitely remember him going to Kinloch one year, so maybe it was just the following year he just went to New Plymouth.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I remember that. That was a classic weekend, actually. Claimed the 5,000 metre title, then zipped across the country and across the island.
Well, he's just absolutely spread-eagled the field. There he is, Hayden Wild, the triathlon bronze medalist from Tokyo.
And he has just slowed up a little bit. So I'll give you his split. So 2:44 for the first K, 2:44 for the second K, 2:44 for the next K, and then a really slow one, 2:45. So definitely feeling the pain in there.
Well, he comes down now to the start-finish line as he has a look, and in front of him there, that's Shogo Watanabe. He's going to zip his way past.
Just 2 laps to go now for Hayden Wild to reclaim his 5,000 metre title.
See, that's Thomas Richards. He's just gone past, but he's just got it on a string, hasn't he? Just got it on a string.
Yeah, wonderful. So it's about 80 metres. So it looks like Julian may have just backed off a little and said, I can afford to save the legs. Now, I'm trying to keep an eye on third. I think that we have a change of picture for the bronze medals. So our youngster, Will Anthony, has just been passed by Connor Melton. So that's just happened with 2 laps to go. Will just feeling a little bit. He looks like he's pretty safe for fourth at the moment, but there is a little bit of a hunting pack behind him. Connor Melton moves into third.
Well, Hayden Wild's about to come down, and he's got 500 metres to go. He will take the bell, and I can see the calculations from Hayden Sherman's head just churning away. He's going to come down. He's got 400 metres to go. He takes the bell, takes it in 12:39. 400 left.
I love that little look around that he did about 100 metres ago, almost to be like, oh, where'd Julian go? I thought he was just behind me. And he is, let's call it 110 metres behind now. So Julian gets the bell. He's safely in second place. It's about 80 metres back to Connor Melton, who has put another 30 metres or so in that last lap on Will Anthony, who, let's be honest, moving up to the senior ranks has performed very well in this race. And here we go, 200 metres for Hayden Wild, gritting the teeth now. He's one of the absolute best endurance athletes this country has ever produced. Got a bronze medal in the Olympics last year. Look for him to light up the triathlon circuit this summer. Here he comes onto the home straight.
It's just been a beautiful display. And he's going to come down. He'll be sub 14. He's got a PB of just under 13 and a half. But that has just been a glorious display of power distance running. Stops the clock around 13 minutes 45 seconds. Smile on his face. Julian Oakley's going to come through in second spot. He's going to run a time just over 14. That's not exactly mucking around.
Yeah, great run.
We head back to
from Julian. Well-deserved silver medal.
Connor Melton is going to take out the bronze medal.
And that might just be a PB for Connor, or just outside the time that he set at the Sir Graham Douglas meet, which is 14:19, so very close. Well-deserved bronze medal for Connor. Will Anthony stumbles over the finish line. And here we go, that pack of hunting athletes are now crossing. So a lot of men coming in, sort of mid-14s. Great running from all these athletes.
There you go. That is the carnage of a 5K run at that tempo. Will Anthony wondering, why did I try and stay with Oakley and Wild? What was I thinking? Reaches up. Why, he says.
There's the promotional photos for 5,000 metre running.
Yes, come, be a middle distance runner. Honestly, it's fun.
And that's what VO2 max is. So those guys are just trying to get oxygen back to their muscles, oxygen back to their vital organs. And often you'll see lunch appear on the track after an event like that, and that's because the oxygen, the blood supply needs to go where it's needed most, and unfortunately the guts ain't one of those places.
I'd love to know what Will Anthony has just said to Hayden Wild, because he went over, gave him a high five, and there was clearly a comment, because there was quite a good little belly laugh there from Hayden, who's just going around and having a chat with everybody.
Roll the stretchers out, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Where are they?
It was a sharp pace. We cannot stress that highly enough. That was a really quick time from Hayden Wild. His personal best is just under 13 and a half minutes. That one there was not too far away from us. We see the medal presentation for the relays, for the 4x100.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. Good to see the Cantabs come home with that one. So as we round off the coverage from what has been just an all-time day, we're going to cross over to Hayden shortly, who's the only one who's managed to pull himself off the track.
I was going to say, he's found some oxygen, having run everybody else into the dirt. And I don't think we're too far away from heading down for the final time today to Sarah Cowley-Ross, who's one of our 5,000 metre champion of 2022.
Well, I've got Hayden Wild here, winner of the men's 5,000. First time under 14 this season. Happy with that?
Yeah, really happy. I can't complain with the wind. We've had shocking conditions the last couple of meets, so this is beautiful.
Third national title over 5,000 metres. How much does it mean to you to come out here and win a national title today?
Yeah, no, it's really nice. Unfortunately, we didn't have a star-studded field as we really wanted to, but other people have other distances to really lock on to. But it was great to have a good amount of boys here running a few 14 10s and all that. So it was awesome, and it's fantastic a triathlete can get 3 in a row.
Yes, it is, and I'm not surprised. The calibre of the triathlete, actually. This is Hayden Wild, Olympic bronze medal in the triathlon in Tokyo 2020, in 2021. But winner of the men's 5,000 today at the Jennian Holmes National Track and Field Championship.
Yeah, congratulations to Hayden. Yeah, you did all right there, buddy. Thank you very much to Sarah Cowley-Ross as well for her work in commentary and post-race interviews. Hayden Sherman did his share of interviews as well as getting into the expert analysis seat. Thanks to the wonderful team at the Stream Shop for their wonderful footage. We're not done. We're not done. Even though we've seen national records, personal bests, and some amazing performances on day 3, we've still got day 4 to enjoy tomorrow. So join us tomorrow morning, around 9 o'clock here on Sky Sport Next, on behalf of the team that has brought you the coverage on day 3 of the Jennian Holmes New Zealand Track and Field Championships of 2022. Nigel Yolden hoping to see you again tomorrow morning. Mate wa.